slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement.
Everything I do so instinctive and so passionate. Every word I move so descriptive like an adjective. I got a vendetta against people who patented being negative when you should be getting after it. I got facts over tracks, this and that. Spitting slow, spitting fast, I could roast, I could gas. Think I'm okay at last, but I don't know if that can erase all the past. And the pettiness, a reflection of the emptiness. Hilarious, you think you're worth my time, you're delirious. Mysterious, because you hide behind a fake exterior. Inferior, you know I'll always be a bit superior. Get off of me, this ain't no humble brag. I want you to hear words, you can say them back. I want you to feel free from the chains at last, and to believe in what you got, it was built to last, yeah.
Now that I've been put through hell, I never got anyone's help. I had to do it all myself.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement.
Gonna learn the consequence of being incompetent. Mental health is confidence, dreams and some honestness. I'm not here to save the day, that's for you to take away. I could play a million mind games, but instead I say something not illogical, something that is topical. Rub it on and watch it go, make yourself unstoppable. Dreams are irresponsible, but they're always possible. If you just believe, you could be so remarkable.
Thoughts in my head, a collage and they spread. I'll be great one day, going off on my next. No, I'm not giving up, no, I'm not giving in. I will make you wanna talk, taking on, wanna hate, I gotta make it. I'm saving every nigga's tasted. I'm patient, still my mind if you wanna take shit. I gotta give it up, that bitch never lazy. To say you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. Everything I do so instinctive and so passionate. Every word I move so descriptive like an adjective. I got a vendetta against people who patented. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love, I got facts over tracks. You wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up. Think I'm okay at last, but I don't know what's that can erase. No I don't take shit. I got no love, a reflection of the emptiness. Hilarious, you think you're worth my time, you're delirious. Mysterious, we show up and make it scarier. Inferior, you know I'll always be a bit superior. Get off of me, this ain't no humble brag. I want you to hear words, you can say them back. I want you to feel free from the chains at last, and to believe in what you got, it was built to last, yeah.
Now that I've been put through hell, I never got anyone's help. I had to do it all myself.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement.
Gonna learn the consequence of being incompetent. Mental health is confidence, dreams and some honestness. I'm not here to save the day, that's for you to take away. I could play a million mind games, but instead I say something not illogical, something that is topical. Rub it on and watch it go, make yourself unstoppable. Dreams are irresponsible, but they're always possible. If you just believe, you could be so remarkable.
Thoughts in my head, a collage and they spread. I'll be great one day, going off on my meds. No, I'm not giving up, no, I'm not giving in. I will make it to the top, taking off in the wind. I
early on. There's no such thing as an offlane Nature's Prophet in the current meta as it stands.
5 seconds remaining.
So we'll see exactly what this NP is designed to do. Summer Bear, they are thinking about what they want to go for. They do need some way to take care of this NP and him just teleporting all across the map. Storm Spirit used to be a very good answer to that. I do wonder if they should still go for a Storm Spirit. The Ember and the Void can still do the same thing. The Puck isn't available in the pool, neither is Panda's Invoker. And those two are probably, you know, Panda's most successful heroes. And it's interesting how Summer Bears are the ones to actually take away Panda's lineup. Of course, he can play more than 2 mid lane heroes. That is not, you know, that's not a disputable statement. I do think Panda is a master of many, or a jack of all trades. I want to say jack of all trades. Could be actually in this game. The Puck and his Invoker are definitely his most successful heroes as far as I've seen. And they are taking their sweet time with this. Thinking about what they want to go for. Only 10 seconds of reserve time. And I mean, you can go for anything right now. You can even go for a Storm Spirit if you so desire. But no, Summer Bears, they're actually going to go for the Lone Druid. It is going to be the Spirit Bear, the Summer Bear want to play with. That is definitely a good way to take out the NP. I recall, you know, I still have that clip fresh in my mind with that Lone Druid taking out Ame, his Nature's Prophet, and then Ame just instantly GGing out of that game. That has definitely been an interesting one. But for the moment, Lone Druid is pretty good because you can play catch up with the Nature's Prophet pretty darn well. It just depends on if you're able to predict the movement of the Nature's Prophet. If you're going to be able to do that, then you can just, you know, punish the NP for teleports. And not to mention, it's a very free way to actually punish the Nature's Prophet. You don't have to put your main hero in danger. You just have to roam around with the Spirit Bear. So the Aghanim Scepter is definitely going to be a key timing for the LD. Syntax will ban out the Storm Spirit. They are afraid of the Storm against the Nature's Prophet. Not to mention, does do pretty much okay against the Clockwork too, right? You can zap out of the cogs, but to be fair, every single Spirit hero can do that, right? The Ember Spirit can Remnant out, the Void Spirit can Astral Step out. The Earth Spirit is someone we don't talk about because, yeah, it's just not a conversation starter. It's pretty much a conversation ender as far as that is concerned. I do recall my team has qualified to the Esports Nations Cup. I am the coach for Team Pakistan, and over on the other side, we, you know, in our preps against Team India, we did know that they have a phenomenal Earth Spirit player. So we would take out the Earth Spirit each and every single match. Just did not let him have that one, except for the first one. We let it go in the first one, and we lost the first game against India. So Earth Spirit in certain matchups, or rather I would say in certain hands, is a pretty good hero. Can do wonderful. Maybe not against the Lone Druid, or maybe not even against the Centaur, but against the IO Snapfire would have been possible. But Syntax, oh wow, this is going to be the Snapfire on the mid lane, especially so because you had an IO and a Hoodwink anyway. But Syntax, now that they know, Snapfire could have played as the offlane as well. It is a decent hero for the offlane. But let's see what Syntax go for. They need an offlane hero for their own team, and the Underlord looks pretty good here. You, unfortunately, have already banned it out. The other team has banned it out, so there's not going to be an Underlord. No Beastmaster available either, no Undying, no Viper, I would say, but some of the heroes that are still present is that Lycanthrope, or maybe you just go for the Slardar, some brute force action. Blink on top of the IO or the Hoodwink, use the Slithering Crush, Nature's Prophet with the Nature's Wrath, and a possible teleport in could mean that you have a start to a 4v5 team fight, right? If you're able to find that kill to time execution within 2 seconds, you could have a good start to the fight. Of course, the fights are always going to be a 6v5 if you think about it. Because it's that lone druid plus the bear. Now, sure, for the first 30 minutes of the game, most of the items of the lone druid are, or rather, all of the items on the lone druid are just on the bear, and so the main hero is not too big of a factor. But eventually, you get to the point where the lone druid starts building up items for his own main hero, right? When the bear becomes too stacked up, too jacked. So let's see what Syntax and Summer Bear have to offer in this game number 1. I will point out that even though you have some phenomenal players on Syntax's side, Mikey, GZ, Stoic, Emptiness, and Lenny, it's still Summer Bear who probably have the edge in this matchup, in this series, just simply because they've been around a whole lot longer. You know, they've been around the block quite a few times. They are also EPL champions. I don't remember the exact season, but it was in this year alone that Summer Bear's lineup won their very first European Pro League title. And that is a big claim. That is an interesting IO set. It looks like someone's stuck inside a crystal ball. I wouldn't want to be stuck inside a crystal ball.
Prepare for battle.
There we go. Game number 1 is before us. And there's no logo here, but Summer Bears are on the Radiant side. Or rather, Summer Bears are on the Dire side. It is Syntax who is on the Radiant side. I will attempt to look for the logo. I cannot promise you if I'll be able to find it. But I will at least attempt to look for it.
Oh,
30
wait,
seconds to
idiot.
battle.
Nope. I could not find the logo. So I'll tell you what, guys. I'll have to hold that thought. Actually, is that Spirit Bear in a whole lot of trouble? The IO Tether does come out. Can it keep Igris's bear alive? It really doesn't seem like it. One more crush, and they do have it. In fact, Igris got stunned up too. He is going to end up giving away first blood to Jeezy. It is going to be the side of the Radiant. Syntax, they draw first blood, and they take down Summer Bear's carry. Certainly a big kill to be able to grab in, and sure, it didn't go to Emptiness, it didn't go to their offlaner, the player that they really would have liked to have that first blood, but they at least secure it for Jeezy, right? That early boost of speed for that techies will enable him to get on top of Igris. And right now, Emptiness is being zoned out. Jeezy comes in, but the crush from Igris, or rather Emptiness, does miss. So they won't be able to get that kill. And from my end, guys, I will just add in a text. You know, just so that you guys can know which side is on which side, right? Because otherwise, it does become a lot confusing for you viewers out there. I understand that, which is why I'm doing this. It just takes it just takes a bit of time to be able to do that, but we do have it now. Igris, they have taken out GC's courier. Not exactly too big of a loss, but it does seem like Emptiness, he is struggling on that top lane. Now he does have a lot of CS, 10 CS, so despite of him getting zoned out, he's doing a very good job at actually making sure that he can play the lane. And since they're pushing out the lane, He'll always have the creep wave coming to him inside of his tower. GZ, he goes for another blast off. This time around, the Slardar is not going to follow. And so he will be able to make it out. Meanwhile, over on the mid lane, it does seem like the Snapfire Panda G is coming out ahead against Mikey, who only has about 11 CS, or make it 12 now. But Panda G is ahead in terms of one entire creep wave as far as the numbers are concerned, so plus more than probably 200 or 300 gold. Meanwhile, bot lane, it is a fight for that Lotus. Stoic will push away both Delight as well as Norma as he secures that Lotus pool by himself. As, well, Lenny was there too, with the hits and the Sprout. We'll see what they're going to be able to manage up. Panda G. Nature's Prophet is looking for the teleport, and it does seem like he has decided not to come in. At the very last second, he didn't dupe me. Oh, but because he didn't come, Panda G does have the cookie as well as the blast on Mikey. Nature's Prophet, he's still thinking about teleporting in, but Jeezy, he's gonna come in to be the decisive factor to make sure that Mikey is the one that picks up the kill. Panda G, he drops down, and a pretty good kill to be able to get on the mid lane Snapfire, who was ahead in terms of CS, so Mikey is going to be doing, or rather having a fantastic time. Jeezy's rotations have always impressed me. Even back when I first casted him, when he was with the endgame roster, Jeezy has played a phenomenal game. I mean, I do think, if I remember correctly, Jeezy, his Dota 2 rank is around in the top 100 area, so he is pretty much a fantastic player as far as that is concerned. Another one-to-one brawl, but Jeezy, he is coming in from the side. Panda G this time around is going to play it conservative and decide to play it safe. But needs to be careful because Jeezy, he's coming in with the Blast Off, Swashbuckle as well as a Steel Crash. Stoic comes in from the side, but doesn't manage to find the cogs. Panda G will be able to make it out. Despite of that two-man rotation coming in, a 3v1, but Panda G, he is erring on the side of caution. However, because he's so low, he may have to give up control of the first power rune. Stoic, Jeezy, and Mikey, they are still huddled around, but Jonyu is going to come in alongside Delight as they want to give this rune to Panda G, but Mikey, he's going to charge up his Rolling Thunder. He is going to attempt to go in as Jeezy finds another blast off, and Swashbuckle is enough. Panda G will fall, and sure, Stoic was the trade, but that's still very well worth it for the side of the Radiant for Syntax. Oh no, oh man, Emptiness finds a solo kill on this lone druid. That is an absolute disaster for the side of Summer Bear. Losing your mid laner twice is one thing, but having your safe lane carry picked off alone without any rotation coming in from the other team, that is truly, I wouldn't even know if it's salt on the wounds. It's more like lava on the wounds, really. You know, someone pours in, someone goes to Mount Fiji, picks up a glass of lava, if that's possible, and just pours it all over their wounds. Lenny, though, he is about to suffer a same fate, or rather, it's not exactly the same, as it did require a rotation coming in, but a very easy pick-off, a very clean pick-off coming in by Norma. Does manage to take down the Nature's Prophet, and sure, hey, when we talk about the Slardar getting a solo kill, that is great, but it's all about the kills, right? And by taking out the Nature's Prophet, it doesn't matter if the Herdwing had to assist the Centaur there. You do get the job done, right? So you do commit the damage mitigation at least a fair bit. And when we take a look at the lost hits, it is Norma.
Is under attack.
Look at it, the Centaur, 42 CS, 19 denies. That is an absurd CS ratio.
Dire's
More
middle
rotations
tower
coming
is
in.
under attack.
Ooh, Jeezy missed. And it is surprising, right, guys, how you have more kills on the Radiant side, and I would say more effective kills, because they've taken out the mid lane Snapfire twice. They've taken out Igris once. However, the net worth lead doesn't really suggest that they're ahead. In fact, the net worth lead just a second ago was in favor of the Dire side.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
As they take control over on that bot lane, Norma has that helm of the Dominator up.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And Norma is about to pick up yet another kill. Stoic does have some options, but those options are very limited. He will just be right-clicked down by the light. Again, ideally the kill should have gone to Norma, but it is a clockwork.
Radiant's
You want to make sure the clockwork gets away, or rather, doesn't get away.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Top lane,
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
there was a brawl brewing, but it seems like there's going to be a pause before that brawl. Sometimes you need that pause. But the go call will also be sounded out. So we'll see what becomes of this. Someone just told me he's top 100 even with an Invoker position 4. But to be fair, the Invoker support isn't that bad.
Radiant's bottom
But that is still a very impressive. I mean, being top 100 with a support is just impressive overall. Mikey, they get gone on. But Panagy, despite of the fact that he has that level 4 Scatter Blast, he hasn't had that kind of impact. Right? It hasn't made any plays with the Mortimers either, which are supposed to be a very easy way to pick up a kill. Jeezy will attempt to go back,
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
but still no success so far. I see the viewer number is at 666. Is at 666. That is, I don't know. Do you guys believe in signs? Stoic left alone on that mid lane to secure his level 6, but he's also happened to secure a Sapphire. Bandagy. Scatter Blast, unfortunately, not doing that much damage because of those creeps, and again, he has had very little impact. When we take a look at the net worth, that should reveal a better picture, right? As over on that bot lane, the net worth of the Nature's Prophet is about to fall below that of the Snapfire. Both the Snapfire and the Nature's Prophet have not really had a good game, and it's because the CS of the Nature's Prophet is too darn low, 57 at that 11.5 minute mark is perhaps a bit too low.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
A three-man smoke comes in. Stoic, he has his hook shot at the ready now. Oh, Delight, he'll be able to break away the smoke of the seed, but however, Stoic will still go in with the hook shot. He cogs Delight back, as well as having a few barrel rolls on him. Delight should be a goner here, a very easy pickup. Not exactly the ideal for that smoke of the seed play, considering you also have that Slardar Blink Dagger, but you also do need to break through some of these tier 1 towers. And I do have to point this out. You have Igris farming away, right? And the fact that you don't have any of these towers, you just did take down one now, but is it enough? That's the big question in my mind. Norma is just farming away. He has complete free farm. He is going to be able to get to his Heart of Taras soon. However, Emptiness will attempt to delay it just a little bit. They do have the stuns on him. But Jonyu comes in with that relocate, and I don't think they have enough damage. In fact, they're going to turn it around. It is the Nature's Prophet who has broken Lenny. Nowhere to actually go. Igris will also join the fight, and it's going to be Jeezy who will fall beside Lenny. Two heroes have now gone down. However, Emptiness and Mikey will still attempt to make a play after that relocate went back. Delight is now the one in trouble, but the Mortimers are going to rain down hellfire on Stoic. He will be the third casualty as they only take down the lone druid on the other team. This is a 3-for-1 and a 2,000 net worth advantage in favor of Summer Bear. Oh man, that is a pretty fantastic result for a team fight for Summer Bear, and for the side of the Radiant. I mean, attempting to chase down, alright, attempting to run after a Centaur of all heroes, who has a Stampede, who has that relocate. Maybe the planning was a bit erroneous. However, right now, Emptiness, he's gonna blink in at the exact moment they need him to. Will be able to pick up 2 kills. Panda G as well as Delight, they end up going down. And I have to say, the read that both of these two teams have on the opposing side's moves, they're not that good. It does feel a bit lackluster seeing all of this play out, where you should be aware of some of these things happening across the board, right? However, Igris, he is going to be caught unaware, as Mikey does have the Rolling Thunder on him. The only problem is Igris has too much darn HP. The IO is also coming in alongside the Snapfire. You don't have too much time to take care of Igris. You have to get out right now, as Jonyu comes in with that Tether. Delight, he finds a Swashbuckle as well as a Sharpshooter, and they take Mikey out.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
That is not a good result for whatever transpired there. Delight, however, will be the casualty in response as GZ comes in. Again, he has been the Playmaker through and through, and now Igris, he doesn't have... Oh, well, he doesn't have his true form, but he has the Stampede. Again, he just walks it off. However, Emptiness, that is a very deep dive. He jumps right into their lineup and decides to immediately disengage. The correct decision, in my opinion. Being behind enemy lines this early on is definitely not possible. It's not possible for the rest of your team to secure your position. Like, how do they join you? At least Summer Bears have that Mortimer, have that relocate. You know, they have that Sharpshooter. They can throw spells from a distance. But the Radiant side can't. You have the Swashbuckle and the Shield Crash. You need to close the gap for it. You have the Clockwork's host of abilities outside of the Rocket Flare. He needs to be up close and personal. Slardar, of course, needs to be up close and personal. And even Jeezy, sure, he has some mines, but he literally blasts off in your face.
A soldier's fortune.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Still though, you know, in terms of good news, if there is good news for the Radiant lineup, is the fact that it's just 1,000 net worth advantage. It's just, I don't know, when I think about a Centaur who has a really good start to a game, and believe me, I know a thing or two about the Centaur, right? We lost our qualification match. We won the series, but my team's qualification match against India, the very first game, we had a Centaur. We had Yavar on the Wind Ranger against a Centaur, and the problem we ran into is that at one point the Centaur just is too much trouble to deal with. You have this 3000 HP Centaur with a Heart of Tarask. Is it even worth the effort to try and pin him down, to try and take him out? And it eventually snowballs, right? That then you have that Scepter coming up for the Centaur. Then you have the fact that it's too much trouble to take out the Centaur and his workhorse, or whoever is inside of that workhorse. And eventually, since you have to consider this is a very important point, guys. Igris's bear is considered a hero unit, which theoretically means that the workhorse should be able to work on the bear itself. Boots of Travel up for the Snapfire, and when you consider the Snapfire, or rather any Boots of Travel on any hero, you think about the fact that you can move towards certain portions of the map very easily. You can be there for rotations, be there for counterplays, be there for split pushes. But when it comes to an actual team fight, when it comes to the actual value of when you're there, I have to hold that thought. As it's emptiness, he will jump on Delight, who has really nowhere to go. Pandaji will just disengage, abandon his hoodwink to his fate as GZ blasts off and takes out Delight. In fact, Lenny got the kill with the Nature's Wrath.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
And again, back to the point, when you think about the Boots of Travel as far as impact in the fights go, right? Impact past the point when you're there, when you've already teleported in. It doesn't do anything. It gives you more movement speed than the regular boots do, for sure. It gives you, I believe, plus 90 movement speed. The rest of the boots give you plus 50 or 55. But what is the impact that you're getting, right? What is the value you're getting? And in that regard, the Snapfire, who is supposedly at 8,000 net worth, is actually at 6,000 net worth. Effective net worth. Because when you, take a look at this, Slardar has a Blink Dagger, right? He can instantly jump on top of you for his stun. That is a value point for the Slardar. The value point for spending 2250 gold for this item. But I just don't see the same thing for the Dire side. I do think that maybe it is a bit unfair to suggest that it is a mistake going for the Boots of Travel. That is the meta item. And I do think that a part of their lineup, or a very huge, big part of their lineup, is designed around this Lone Druid, right? It's designed around this 4 Protect 1 lineup. It is a weird way to draft a 4p1, but it is still a 4p1. As long as Igris is able to farm up, as long as you have this huge chunky Spirit Bear, you should be able to win this game, or at least have a good chance of winning the game, right? Your lineup will be online, per se, so to speak. We see a 4-man smoke. We see a Centaur with an amplified damage. The mine does break. So that means they should have been able... Well, it depends really if they were keeping an eye on that. However, there's no one here. Right? At the very least, they should be able to secure that Shrine of Wisdom because there's no one here. Nature's Prophet can, of course, teleport towards that bot lane, but he won't. Emptiness will just secure it himself. So they have a good read of where Summer Bears are moving. Mjolnir up for Igris's bear. It's not on the bear though, it's on Igris himself. I suppose until he gets the Aghanim Scepter, this is the right play. Igris can farm up faster than the bear can. And since the bear can't be, well, he's just interesting. He's absorbing the right click so that the catapult can actually take out the tower. And now he channels back once the creep wave reaches the tower, so that the tower doesn't actually damage the catapult. This should be a guaranteed tier 1 because no one's coming to defend this. Clockwork can throw out his rocket flare and save this tower, but he used the rocket flare for something else. Oh, Emptiness, he goes in on towards the light. Hookshot also, as well as a blast off, and Emptiness will be able to pick up the kill. Again, a good exchange of spells from the Radiant side, but again, they're unable to truly get going, right? And in my mind, that it's a question of whether or not they're actually looking for something more than just this one support pick-off. For now, it seems like that that objective is Roshan, right? You take out the Hoodwink, you go for Roshan. The only problem is, you can't take down Roshan just by taking out a Hoodwink, right? It doesn't give you a free Roshan. Hoodwink's gonna respawn in about 10 seconds. There's always a threat of that relocate, and then Norma, who has that Blink Dagger, as well as a Heart of the Rask, he can't just jump inside of the pit with his Stampede. So the Dire side can be on top of you very easily. It just depends on if they're able to read that in the first place. Currently, it doesn't seem like they will, and Roshan has dropped down so low that no one can come in here to contest it. It should be a guaranteed free Roshan. They do group up now, but it's too late. Centaur was moving there you know, trying to move there, but the Radiant side, clearly, Syntax had the better read. And you know, as my colleague and friend pointed out, Dodai, this is going to be a game of rat versus rat, right? And in a game like that, the team that has the better read of the map will always come out ahead, because having a better read on the map, it just means you have a better version of Rat Dota. And eventually, it doesn't matter how unkillable you are, because Rat Dota it does not play into kills, right? It doesn't really, that's not really the way that you play Rat Dota. So the Centaur could, you know, 3,500 HP, unkillable. He could have 6 Heart of Terras. He could have 20,000 HP, and it doesn't matter if you're not attempting to even take a fight against a Centaur in the first place, if that's not the way that you plan on winning the game. Ooh, Cookie misses. Sharpshooter misses as well. Stoic. Neo?
Luke, I am a robot. Yeah, just kidding.
The seeds of fortune.
Mikey does have the Aghanim Scepter as well as that Aegis. It just depends. Are you still content with this position, or do you think that you have the position with this extra life that you can take a fight? Right? That is probably what they're thinking. Shield Rune means he has 3 lives. Right? It's not a whole lot, but it's a 50% max HP barrier, which means that you have 3,000 HP and then a second life of 2,000 HP. So you have 5,000 HP in total to play with the Shield Rune plus the Aegis. At least for the duration of the Shield Rune. They are getting pressed a little bit. Oh, Rolling Thunder, it activates. They find Pandagy, and they execute upon him. He will immediately fall down. Delight will be the second casualty. However, over on the side, Norma comes in with the Blink Dagger. Look at the right clicks coming in at the back of that Tether. This has turned into a carry Centaur. Igris also joins the fight. However, the relocate took the Centaur out, and now Igris is all alone. They have seen the Centaur teleport come in. They need to take out Igris before the Centaur comes, but it is too late for that. And now Emptiness is in a bit of trouble. But the Blink Dagger being on cooldown by Norma means that Skardar is going to be safe. It is that relocate out gave me a minor heart attack. Because Igris, I do, you know, this is one of those moments where I wish we had, you know, some player cams up and running, because I would have liked to see Igris's reaction when the Centaur and the IO went away. Like, that would have been incredible. GZ. He uses that blast off. The swashbuckle actually triggers the retaliate and takes the Pangolier out. However, they still have John Yu over on the back line, stuck inside of those cogs. Doesn't have the tether for about 3 seconds. However, the swashbuckle, no, emptiness. He is going to disable that incoming tether. And now they turn their attention towards Norma and are able to burst through him. Massive kills coming out in favor of Syntax.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I do wonder, I'd hold that thought as Igris, his bear at least. I'm not sure what Mikey's Rolling Thunder was there. Perhaps he was looking for the hoodwink. But I do wonder, I don't know if, you know, perhaps one of you in the chat will know this better. Because Dota has these minute things that it's impossible to be aware of each and every single thing. If the Centaur has a scepter, right? For example, if he uses the workhorse on his ally, say it's the Snapfire, and then IO relocates him out while the workhorse is still up, do you relocate with the workhorse, or do you relocate the Snapfire as well in that particular scenario, or the workhorse just gets disabled and you only end up with the Centaur and the Snapfire is just vulnerable? Like, which situation is it, guys?
Dire are scanning.
GZ with the Aghanim Scepter. This is actually pretty good against the Spirit Bear. That means you have to keep the Spirit Bear in one singular position. You wander too far away, your Spirit Bear could actually die. It doesn't have that much HP. Where is the bear?
Radiant's middle tower is
Can't see the bear. I think it... Wait. I can't see the bear. There we go. I see the bear now. 3400 HP, minefield,
Radiant's courier
300 damage. I think you could take out like 60-70% of the Spirit Bear's of the bear's actual HP if he continues to right click. Lenny, he teleports in, sprouts up Norma, who doesn't have Quelling Blade. They've taken out a lot of his HP, and emptiness is making sure John Yu isn't able to tether him out. John Yu is going to be potentially a first casualty as he attempts for that tether, and it will be another kill on Norma. 2 heroes falling. The relocate never came out.
has been killed. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And now we're off to a... Right, the tier 2 towers, they are surprisingly very healthy. In fact, there's still a tier 1 tower to get through. And I would imagine that with a scepter, you can just send your Spirit Bear here. Right? What's really stopping you? Just take this tower out, particularly when the other team is making those kinds of plays, right? 3 heroes present on that top lane, even including the Nature's Prophet, on that Centaur, and on your IO. What is stopping the Spirit Bear from just having taken down this tier 1 tower while all of that is taking place? I do think that it is a mismatch of expectations versus reality.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire are scanning. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I have also increased the in-game volume for all of you. Tier 2 tower does eventually go down. Igris, his bear, might lose his life for this as emptiness comes in. Minefield sign also gets planted out, so we see the amount of damage that the minefield does in GZ's pickup is going to be very useful later on in those team fights, right? When you actually do need to take out the bear. And 300 gold for a tier 2 tower is plenty worth it in my opinion.
Has been denied. Radiant's courier has been killed. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
GZ, he is the first point of contact, but Stoic comes in with that force stop. In fact, they're gonna go back in. Stoic is gonna go in with that hook shot. The Rolling Thunder has also come out, and Norma, despite of his tankiness, cannot hold that front line. It has been broken through, and now Delight, he is in trouble. He is gonna fall. Panda G on top of that high ground will be able to teleport away thanks to his BKB. But the IO, John Yu is not going to be so lucky. 3 heroes are going to fall for the price of none. Is even the Clockwork stays alive. Stoic, despite of being the frontliner, pseudo frontliner, right? He just hook shots in. This is going to be a guaranteed Roshan again for the second time in a row. A free Roshan for the Radiant side. 10,000 of a lead right now, up for Syntax.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Mikey, a darn good Pangolier performance, right? The early game, he found the kills thanks to GZ's rotations. And the Snapfire's impact in this game, you know, he has the farm, but I will say that his impact has been lackluster. I haven't seen any impact actually from the Snapfire. What has the Snapfire actually done?
Dire's structures
Where
are
is
fortified.
the use case of the Snapfire coming in?
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Players here.
Oh, the light will go down as they are now diving inside of the base. They do have that Aegis on that Nature's Prophet, and it seems like they're done playing the game. I haven't seen Rad Dota apart from that tier 2 tower. Now all I see is just one team clearly outpacing the other, clearly stronger than the other by 13,000 gold nonetheless. 70% win probability. Still, that suggests to me with a 30% win probability that this game is not too far out of hands. However, Emptiness is going to at least take Panda out, or attempt to. However, he gets rooted up as Lenny will force a pause into the game. Stoic will disconnect.
Très bitter the next day. Très bitter the next day.
The unpause is going to be coming out. Emptiness might not be able to make it out. However, Lenny, he goes back in. Cheesy comes in with a 3-man blast off. John Yu is going to be the casualty. He really has nowhere to go. Tether will not be successful. And the Spirit Bear, he's nowhere to be found. Igris, well, I mean, his bear is on cooldown for 40 seconds. This is a guaranteed lane of barracks. They can't go for more. There's no tier 2. The tier 2s on the other lanes are still standing, but this is a very decisive set of team fights coming out by Syntax.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And now it's Jonyu who is a rat Dota. I have never seen an IO being forced to do that. You know, you can see well, I can feel the frustration as they're just not being allowed to exit their base. The light will go down. And when you're forced to have your IO relocate to push out a lane or split a wave, that really says it all, doesn't it? That really just goes to show that the state of the game is not that good. Oh, Igris. He'll go down. I mean, no loss there, right? He has 2 Ironwood branches. As long as his Spirit Bear is there. This is his real hero. This is the real Igris. 29,000 net worth, sieging your high ground. Second lane of barracks going to fall guaranteed. No tier 2 tower towards that top side, and no Spirit Bear, or rather no Lone Druid for 30 seconds. Means that this is a 5v5. They will go for a Smoke of Deceit. Mikey, he'll spot out Norma, who doesn't have his scepter. They will initiate upon him in terms of a response. However, Norma, he can't withstand the hits. His farm, it's stalled, or rather it's stalled past his heart. He didn't really get anything after that, and this just seems like a game that's pretty much done and dusted. Panda G will go down. Io will fall as well. GG should be coming out at any moment right now, as it really doesn't seem like Summer Bears will be able to turn this one around. This is a lost cause. You're being fountain dive, for goodness sake. Spirit Bear gonna get taken out, and they're not tapping out. Stubborn until the very end, it seems like. Buybacks are also going to be coming in. However, Emptiness will jump right on that backline. Stun on Panda G, who doesn't have the Mortimers. Lenny will come in behind them and take them out. Panda G will finally tap out of this one. It will be Syntax who will be your game 1 winners against Summer Bear. And I do feel like while this game was going evenly, there were a few things that did not work out for Summer Bear. Their map got closed. They weren't able to split push. The Centaur kind of stalled, never really got to his Aghanim Scepter, the one item that maybe would have allowed them to continually take team fights. The Lone Druid's impact, outside of taking down that tier 2 tower, was pretty much nothing. And the Snapfire, despite of having a recovery, some pretty good farm, it didn't seem like Panda G gave us the kind of Panda G game that we're used to. Maybe it was just Syntax playing out of their minds because the rotations coming in from GZ. He is certainly, as far as the early game performance goes, he is the MVP in my mind. 3 between Summer Bears and Syntax, as Syntax are currently 1 game up. Pandagy has now gotten his beloved Puck. Summer Bears, they go for the Earth Spirit. They have the Bane, the Shadow Fiend, the Hoodwink. Meanwhile, Syntax have the Doom as well as the Rubik.
5 seconds.
And I have to say, you have both the Doom as well as the Puck, both the heroes that Syntax do really well with. Summer Bears may have the Shadow Fiend. Or actually, sorry, I meant it the other way around. It is Pandagy who doesn't have his Puck. It is Syntax who has the Puck. So we'll see what Mikey is able to do with it. I mean, he may be a really good Puck player, but whenever there's Pandagy on the server, I would imagine the Puck and the Invoker, those are, the heroes that he is a master with. Syntax will go for the Terror Blade for Lenny, and again, Lenny proving himself to be quite the carry player in this tournament overall, quite the carry player from, as far as new players go, right? We have to celebrate and appreciate the new pro players coming in particular. Can't wait to see what he has to offer on the big stage. Turkey, in both in Counter-Strike as well as in Dota, has had a pretty strong presence, right? There are a lot of Turkish esport players out there across all the different esports, right? Would definitely love to see more Turkish representation at the bigger stages. This is the tier 2 stage. I would want to see them at the tier 1 level as well. But it is it's quite the toss to be able to transition yourself, or rather upgrade or take that next step into the tier 1 stage. It is one of the hardest things to do. I think the transition from tier 4 to tier 3 or tier 3 to tier 2 is a lot more reasonable. I would say it's a lot more achievable than the transition from tier 2 to tier 1. That requires some serious grit.
Dire team pick.
Disruptor as well as a Tusk banned out by Summer Bears, Darcier and the Brewmaster banned out by Syntax. So we'll see what exactly they're able to do. And again, don't have too many heroes that you need to ban up. Summer Bears are playing an Earth Spirit mid, right? And it's one of those heroes that either will work out or either will not work out. You can just Doom up the Earth Spirit and suddenly he's completely useless. To be fair, that's the Doom in general for most heroes. But there's so much to counter out the Earth Spirit with. The Rubik's Lift, right? Disable his Rolling Boulder. You have the Puck with the Silence, and then as well as a Dream Call, and you can't boulder away in the first place. So the Puck, in my mind, is a really good hero against the Earth Spirit. Now, sure, you have the Silence against the Puck itself, but it's really, I would say, quite the hero for Syntax to actually have against the Earth Spirit. The offlane hero for Summer Bears is still up for grabs. They had the Centaur last time, but against a Terrorblade, a hero that doesn't really build up the boost of speed, is not ideal. One reflection and then you're just done in the lane. So you need some other offlane hero. Darcier and Brewmaster are both banned up, but Summer Bears, they're going to go for the Night Stalker. So they're not that much worried about the TB. They are worried about the Puck, and rightfully so. I would be afraid of the Puck too. The Puck has been one of the heroes that my team in particular really likes to play with. My mid laner is fantastic on the Puck. In fact, my mid laner has, even won against this Syntax lineup with his Puck, right? So it's certainly a very flashy hero, a very impactful hero, I would say. When I take a look at both of these two lineups, I do think that Syntax has the better lineup. Their execution is just so much easier. Even the Night Stalker Silence, right, where it completely disables most of these flashy mid lane heroes like the Puck, it's still not that easy, because you have the Shadow Demon disruption save. You can even disrupt the Night Stalker and allow the Puck to walk away out of the range of the Crippling Fear and then just jaunt away. You even have the Rubik with the lift, and you can send back the Night Stalker away from his Crippling Fear AoE and allow the Puck to jaunt away. So there's so much available for Syntax to make sure that Norma can't get on top of them. So much available to make sure that Pandagy can't get the kind of game he wants. And then eventually, if you're able to make it past that 30 to 35 minute mark, have the Terrorblade Lenny farmed up with his Eye of Skadi, that Eye of Skadi is the turning point for every TB. Once you have that Eye of Skadi, 90% of the matchups that are good against a TB turn around, right? So where the Shadow Fiend is going to be stronger in the early to mid game, past that Eye of Skadi point, Lenny on the TB is going to be stronger for as long as the Shadow Fiend can't find the optimal position. And finding the optimal position against a Shadow Demon and a Rubik, very difficult.
Prepare for battle.
I steal ahead.
I like the balloon. Where's the balloon coming from? One of the Dark Carnival objects, I imagine. But that is a very well-made balloon. That is insanely well-made. I am distracted by the balloon. Look at it. It's gone now. But it's still in my mind. It is nighttime right now, but it will eventually. I'll have to remove the Syntax logo. I'll actually remove both logos since the Syntax logo is now in the game. So you guys can tell by process of elimination which the other team is. Summer Bears on the Radiant side, and then Syntax on the Dire side.
The battle begins.
Norma, Delight, 2 bounty runes each. Mikey as well as Emptiness pick up the other 2. So both teams secure 2 bounty runes each. And, well, Stoic is here, but I don't know if he got spotted out. Igris, although, still needs to be careful, right? Even 2 heroes could be proved to be too much for the Shadow Fiend early on. Stoic, he is waiting. He will have the disruption. And Igris, he has nowhere to go. Pincered between the Rubik as well as the Shadow Demon. Igris proceeds to walk on further. This will be first blood drawn by Jeezy once again. Poor old Igris. Finding himself in the jaws of the bear. Or rather, in the jaws of Syntax. Syntax could be bears too. In the jaws of the calculator, stuck inside of a syntax error. Fun thing is, if you type in any number divided by 0, it gives you a syntax error. Whereas the true answer is infinity. The reason, I actually don't know what a syntax error means. My math is so bad. But infinity in the calculator shows up as a syntax error, which is interesting. Then again, a syntax could mean something like that. I have no idea what syntax means. Top lane, not really going too well for Norma compared to his previous game. 4 lost hits. Sure, he has a lot of denies though. As Lenny activates his Metamorphosis, Norma is in a bit of trouble. Should be able to make it out though. He has a lot of HP and a lot of HP regen to play with. 4 gauntlets of strength on this Night Stalker. Presumably 2 of the gauntlets should just be that soul ring, and then 1 of them could be a bracer, or maybe just the soul ring plus the urn. Oh, no, it is just the bracer. But that is a lot. Those are a lot of gauntlets to play with. He spent about, I would say, 600 gold on just these gauntlets. You are playing with the Hoodwink. Unfortunately, you just need to wait it out, right? You just need to wait for the first 5 minutes, and then when it's nighttime, that is the time where you want to make a move. I'm not sure if the Terrorblade is the right target to make a move on. And in fact, you have to be careful because even in nighttime, that Metamorphosis could still be the differentiating factor. So ideally, try to force out the Metamorphosis, and by the time it's nighttime, be in a position where it's on cooldown, or force it to be on cooldown. And that is creating the optimal scenario to make a play on Lenny. If that is going to be their target, should be their target, right? It is again a 4p1 draw from both teams. GZ. Triple raise is on the menu by Lenny. However, Rubik lifts him close by. GZ will still fall, but Igris might be the casualty. Fairy Fire to heal himself back up, as Emptiness will be still able to run him over with the Scorched Earth and is able to pick up the kill. And again, Igris gets the worst exchange because it was Johnny who picked up the kill on the support. Oh no, Mikey! He picks up a damn solo kill on Panda G! That is the danger of the puck. And that is, in fact, a massive kill to get.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Sure, the light came in to secure the return kill, but the fact of the matter is that damage has already been done. The seal has been planted. The mid lane is secured by Syntax. And you can recover it if you find a kill on the puck, but it's just so hard to find that kill, right? And again, Igris, he is being dove. He has no teleport to make it back to his tower. Johnny will join him in the grave. It is Syntax who are running all over Summer Bears.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Emptiness may have fallen, but again, the damage, it's been done. No damage mitigation. Oh, man. Someone give the caster a balloon, please. I would love a balloon. I hope when I go to ENC, I see many balloons. I hope I don't get too distracted from the balloons, because I also have a team that is competing there and would prefer not having those distractions. But so far, Igris does make it back to his lane. I would say that that's a small win when you don't have a TP. Ooh, Stoic again. Good start for Norma. Sure, it's not the CS that he's used to, at least in comparison to the game number 1, but he is off to a phenomenal start again. And I have to say, Norma is a master of denies. Look at his denies. 12 denies in this lane. Sure, he's a Night Stalker, but even on a Centaur, he had a pretty good CS ratio. And in these 5 minutes, one of the things is the Metamorphosis, when it is not on cooldown, you can use it in the nighttime. 40 seconds wasted away, like around a full minute wasted away from nighttime, right? So effectively, the Night Stalker can only dominate for 4 out of the 5 minutes of nighttime duration. However, who says you even have to play in nighttime? Mikey picks up a haste rune, the luckiest rune to get in that scenario. GZ will throw out the nice call, as that is in fact very nice. You can just shrug the Night Stalker's position off and just walk away or fly away or haste away, whatever the puck, what his mode of transportation is.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Igris, he dies once more. Stoic uses the Fairy Fire and will actually be the casualty in response. Delight is potentially going to be the next casualty. However, Norma is here over on the bot lane. It's not the lane that he, well, should be in, but it is in fact the lane he is in. To make sure that this move is punished by Syntax, he should be able to take out Emptiness. Even Panda G will teleport in. They bring in all 5 heroes. A 4-man Drain Call coming in by Mikey. However, he gets silenced down, and Panda will be able to secure a double kill. Mikey was still able to get 2 kills though, so I do believe that is an even exchange, particularly as Igris did die at the very start of that exchange. So you in fact found a core plus 2 supports in exchange for an offlaner, a core, and, well, 2 supports. So Summer Bears are actually doing a pretty good job at making sure they can fight back or bringing in the rotations, the responses, but they have lost their first tier 1 tower. Norma. He is running after the Shadow Demon. And will be able to secure the kill. Emptiness is going for a Radiance build. Now, I don't know about this Radiance build, and this is something, keep in mind, that we've tried as well. Back, you know, in my team, they're going for a Radiance Doom plus a hard carry like the Terrorblade. You know, the idea that you can make it work is very greedy nature, right? It's suggesting that the other team, which has early to mid game heroes designed to shut something like this down. I'll have to hold that thought. It's a two-man dream call. Panda G as well as Jonyu, they are safe and secure though. Panda G will not actually die here. The Shadow Poisons also miss. But the fact that you're going for a Radiance on the Doom plus having a Terrorblade that needs his farm against a Night Stalker who should be able to run across the map. In fact, Norma may be able to get a solo kill up on Lenny. Crippling Fear does wear off, so Norma was under threat of that Sunder. He still sees Lenny though. GZ comes in. Wants to make sure that Norma can't get the kill on the TB, at least for until the Dark Ascension is up. And they are chasing after this Night Stalker.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Panda G though comes in, so the support duo who assisted the Terrorblade will be successful in that, but by doing so, they also give up the life of Stoic and maybe even Jeezy as he ticks out to Panda G. 2 kills for Jonyu as well as Panda G, and Mikey trying to secure away the stacks. Needs to be careful. Silence comes in by Panda G and a bushwhack found by Delight. Jonyu comes in with the brain sap as Mikey has nowhere to go. Panda G on a mega kill streak.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant are scared.
Doom is here, still pretty far away from his relic. Mikey, he throws out that dream call, and I do think Jonyu should just die here. GZ with the Fade Bolt, able to secure the kill. Might as well secure the kill in that position.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Demonic Purge used. However, Norma has his Dark Ascension. The Sharpshooter does miss though. But you have to be very careful of the silence that could come in. Particularly when the disruption is on cooldown. And when you don't have the, oh, what?
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Is that a Sharpshooter? Oh wow. Rubik has stolen the 600 magical damage ability away from the Hoodwink. That is oh, I will tune into the net worth. My apologies, guys. 5,500 available for both Norma as well as Panda G. Mikey is in trouble. Or rather, it is Panda G in trouble. Break applied by that Sharpshooter, and they boulder in as well. His mega kill streak going the other way, but now the Norma has come in. Doom planted down, but Mikey should be a goner with one last fell right click. Emptiness will attempt to walk away from this position now, but held back by that bushwhack. Brain Sap deals so much damage, and as that Doom wears off, that Void will be there. Emptiness will be the second casualty, and in fact, Jeezy will be a nice third. Delight will end up with a double kill, a 2,000 net worth advantage up for Summer Bears in game number 2, and they are ever so closer to that game number 3.
Earth's bounty.
Dire are scanning.
GZ.
Scanning.
I do wonder though how well Panda G will be able to scale in this game. Sure, for now it's not a problem. As we can see, he just simply does not care about GZ and his Fade Bolt, his telekinesis, his left and everything. But later on, it's going to start to be a problem when, you know, the other side starts to scale up in terms of damage. Mikey has the Witchblade flying in his courier. I assume it's the Witchblade. You have the Relic picked up by Emptiness. It's not exactly the fastest of Radiances, but he'll have it by that 16 to 17 minute mark. I assume around that 17-minute mark. And all you really have to do is farm to be able to scale up much better. John Yu is going to be in trouble. Waning Rift, Silence, too much damage, and the Dream Coil planted down on Panda G. You also had the Shadow Fiend in this position, but you really can't do anything to Panda. He has too much HP. 2,000 on the Earth Spirit. That's one of his core strengths.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Oh, Mikey? He chooses a John 10. This could be a mistake as the Bayon is coming in. John Yu has that Fiend's Grip and Mikey will be going down. Again, jaunting over the other side while you're trying to poke at the tier 1 tower. Not exactly the best of ideas, but you do take the tower down, so I suppose it's not exactly worth it, but it is a good exchange. It's a decent exchange. However, it's about to get much worse, right? Norma just blinks in, takes out Stoic as well as GZ.
Dire structures are fortified. Radiant are scanning. Dire's turret has been killed.
Tower gets taken out. Igris has
Fallen.
found the tower in response, and they found 3 kills, right? A 5,000 lead right now, and unless Syntax start to play this more calculated, a lot better, respect the other team more, I will say that word, right? Because when you're a puck and you're choosing to dive in 3 heroes, thinking that you can get out, that's not respecting the other team and what they bring to the table. Stoic, his smoke is going to break. They see Igris. Dream Call is also going to be planted, but the silence from the Night Stalker is also there. Igris cannot use his Requiem, but his return souls, or the ones released upon his death, will be able to secure the kill. It is a 1-for-1 as far as the cores are concerned. But Mikey, there is no Fiend's Grip. Mikey will be able to dodge away the Sharpshooter, however, has taken in too much damage. Stoic will also fall in that backline. 3 heroes once more for just the one they were able to get. And again, these are lackluster exchanges. These are not the kind of plays that you need to make or need to have.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Now, I will say that the Puck, despite of being this far behind, right, he is 2,000 net worth behind the Earth Spirit. It's not that bad. It's not the worst case scenario. Because you've already gotten your Witchblade, right? If you get your Witchblade at that 15 to 16 minute mark, you're in a decent position. It's just the other team has just snowballed.
Dire
right? You're not behind. They're just ahead. GZ, well, he is definitely going to be behind. He is behind both Panda G as well as Norma, sandwiched between the Earth Spirit and the Night Stalker.
Radiant are scanning. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's top tower has fallen.
Mikey, really nowhere to go against the Night Stalker. Norma will be brought in, but it'll be Jonyu who will still fall. A 1-for-1 exchange, but losing your mid laner for a support is definitely never going to be worth it. In fact, you're about to lose more as Panda G rolls on forward. Sharpshooter as well applied on the Doom. 3 heroes in quick succession lose their lives. In fact, make it a 4th as Stoic has nowhere to really go. Norma will be able to pick up a triple kill.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen.
Oh, Panda G.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
A 9,000 lead right now. While the Shadow Fiend continues to farm up Igris, he is going for the magic damage build. Not too sure about that. You are playing into a Terrorblade, who, despite of everything, doesn't have his Manta Style. So I was about to say has his farm because of his net worth, but he doesn't actually have that farm, does he? Well, he's about to not have his life either. A quick triple Reyes combo after a Requiem, and Lenny is dead. Lenny is, in fact, 6 feet under. No Manta Style at the 20-minute mark, and this is the problem of having such a greedy lineup. Right? This is the problem of actually not having a greedy lineup, but playing the lineup in a greedy way. Radiance plus a Terrorblade? It is, many teams have tried to make that work, myself included, and it just feels so hard, right? It feels like if you're behind, there's no comeback play that you can make, right? It seems like with a Radiance Doom, your plan A is to farm, your plan B is to farm, your plan C is to farm. And those plans only differ with what your second item is going to be. Right, and for Emptiness, it could be the Blink, it could be the BKB that he's going for, but you need something, right? You can't have a carry Doom and a carry Terrorblade against a lineup that is designed to run you over. Norma. Oh. 2-man Dream Call coming in by Mikey. However, do they have the damage? Norma just activates his BKB and attempts to walk away. Emptiness blinks in with a Blink Dagger, but nothing to come off it. Norma is gonna get doomed up, but he'll just walk it off. He has plenty of HP and a Fiend's Grip on Emptiness. He will lose his life.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
GZ will also go down, and Norma, he's back in it. Blinking forward to apply that void on the puck, but
Radiant's top tower is under
Mikey's already out. A 14,000 net worth advantage now. Igris close to his BKB. Once he has that, he doesn't really need to care about anything Syntax throw at him. Roshan going to be collected up. And will be going down.
Invisibility.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Almighty money.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
A 3-man smoke comes out.
Quicker than I look.
Mikey is gonna be caught again and again.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
He hasn't used his illusory orb. He'll use a dream call, jaunt away immediately. But again, the BKB activated by Panda G. They should be able to take out the Puck Mikey, though he does find the blink. However, the rest of his team isn't so lucky, right? The rest of his team just falters over on that back line. The Doom trying to make his teleport away will be successful, but Jeezy, as well as the Terrorblade, they are both spotted out. Jeezy will sacrifice his own life for his carry. A loyal support. And Lenny does finally have his Manta plus his Dragon Lance. The Doom also making his way to his BKB. I can see some semblance of a comeback at the 35-minute mark, but right now this is
Are scanning.
Summer Bear's game to lose. Just putting it that way. Norma, debuff of that Witchblade will take out a significant portion of his HP. He is down to about 60%, but that is still plenty.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
Emptiness, he initiates in. Igris has that Aegis. However, he will lose his first life. Stoic will be the casualty in response. Norma is able to take him out. His BKB duration is wearing away, but Emptiness, he won't be able to make it back to his high ground. In fact, neither will Jeezy. Again, a 3-for-1, but this time around, they don't even get the they don't even get the kill. Right? They got the first life. They just get the Aegis. And they leave their high ground vulnerable. Tier 3 tower has been taken out and no response coming in by Syntax. Their Puck simply has decided that this is not going to be worth it to defend. They will play for their other lanes.
Dire's bottom barracks is falling.
Is this a game too far gone? Or can they find the comeback?
Tower is under attack.
Oh. Delight. Seems like he's gonna turn into a delightful treat. Hoodwinks are always a delightful treat. You know, you take out a hoodwink, I have no sympathy for the hoodwinks of the world. Nor so for the techies, but less so. Now the techies is actually now a hero I sympathize with whenever it dies. Not the old techies. The old techies was a menace.
Radiant are scanning.
Emptiness still farming up for his BKB. His net worth is in a sorrowful state. In fact, the Bane might just overtake him by the time we're done with this. An Aghanim Scepter on Jonyu means that it is nearly impossible to disable that Fiend's Grip. And now the puck needs an Aeon Disc. But Mikey, he's gone for the BKB. Right? You need the strong Dispel. Because the Aeon Disc gives you a strong Dispel, right? So regardless of the Fiend's Grip, if that Aeon Disc pops, you'll always be safe. Irrespective of how many Banes are nightmaring you, or rather Fiends gripping you. Norma has a nullifier too, so I suppose that Aeon Disc did not really matter. Ooh, good teleport away. Can Jeezy find the same? He can't. Jonyu will just take him out. Oh, they use the Doom. He activates the BKB, but there's a lot of damage being applied to Panergy. He might actually go down here. He has overextended. Lenny will be able to pick up that dominating streak. 700 gold going the way of that Terrorblade. As Panergy did not expect them to be lying in wait for that kind of a play.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I don't think they had the puck in that, but just the Doom. First actual Doom use of the game that resulted in anything, by the way. But without the Earth Spirit, maybe they'd go for more. Norma walks down, activates his own BKB. And Jonyu has the Fiend's Grip. Very low cooldown on it. 65 seconds. They jump on the puck. Mikey, no BKB available, but thanks to Jeezy's shard, the puck will be able to make it out. And they will end up going back. Stoic will pause the game. Two Blink Daggers, 3 in fact, 4. And the Earth Spirit doesn't really need a Blink Dagger. So you have 5 heroes that can instantly jump on top of you.
positive mental attitude.
Greetings! I am unfamiliar with this feeling. Is it joy?
Still waiting. As a go call will be sounded out, but apparently syntax. They are having a bit of syntax errors. I will actually Google syntax because I feel dumb every time I say it. Because I don't know what it means. Syntax meaning. Syntax refers to the rules that govern how words and phrases are arranged to create well-formed, meaningful sentences. So the fact that I don't know what syntax means is insane. But the fact that the calculator gives a syntax error now makes much more sense. Terrorblade, Hurricane Pike plus the Manta style. And again, I pointed this out. Once you get to the Eye of Scotty, the 17,000 lead, it suddenly becomes not so massive. However, in this game, because the Earth Spirit and the Night Stalker have had such a good game, this is one of those games where you can get on top of the Terrorblade very easily. Right? And if he isn't able to pike to a good distance, if he isn't able to get lifted up or disrupted, and you know, the saves aren't there, if you somehow disable the saves, you can take the TB down. Because he doesn't have a BKB either. Jeezy have issues. That's not a good sign. Okay, apparently no. Jeezy's issues. Jeezy doesn't have issues. That is conspiracy theories. Jeezy is Jeezy. Back then, I remember in a tournament, Jeezy, when he was with Endgame, actually eliminated OG out of that tournament. It was a lower bracket elimination round back then. The Crippin' Flare that Jeezy unleashes, the Rubik unleashes with his Arcana, reminds me of the Rot, of the Pudge Rot.
Dire are scanning.
Time to dish it out.
Dire are scanning. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Let's see what potential move is to be had, because for now it seems like the game has entered a kind of passive state. Right? They're not making any moves. They're kind of just playing the map right now. Potentially waiting for Roshan, which has now respawned. And instantly they group up together. Igris, we'll forget that raise. He has everything built up for that level 25 talent. Right, you want to get that Shadow Raise applying attack damage, use the Satanic, use one raise, and instantly you heal back up. As it seems like they're going to trade Roshan for a Tormentor. It's a trade that works out for the first Roshan, but not a trade that works out well for the second Roshan. You know, at that 30-minute mark, that trade is very one-sided in favor of the Radiant team. As Igris gets the Aegis, and it's the Doom who has the upgraded Devour. Delight. He's gonna be spotted out, instantly taken out. As the crippling fear has not come in yet. Dark Ascension has been used. GG. He's going to be, at the very least, one casualty. Will there be more? Because they do see Lenny. He Hurricane pikes himself forward, nullified down. Crippling fear is still on him, but Lenny will be able to walk away. He has that Sunder, but can't use it on Panda for as long as his BKB is up. And Lenny will go down. They've lost their carry. As Emptiness didn't go in, and now Panda G, he can make quick work of the rest of their lineup because there is nothing stopping them against once the Terrorblade is out of the picture. Over on the side, John Yu also takes a bow. Doom applied on Delight. However, Emptiness can't do anything by himself. It is going to be the Shadow Fiend. Banner is the target for Mikey. Oh, and Delight actually does die. That's a buyback. That's a dieback, in fact.
Radiant are scanning.
Norma. He has the BKB. Shadow Fiend still has that Aegis, but there's no Dark Ascension, and Norma has lost most of his HP. Terrorblade is also back up in this fight, so you have to be very careful about this. Igris will have lost his Satanic. Lenny couldn't enter the fight, but they were able to make quick work of that Aegis. They also used the Requiem on Mikey, who is able to jaunt. Emptiness goes in, they find the Bane.
See you in the spring.
Are able to take him out. Not that bad of an exchange, as now it's just down to a 10,000 net worth advantage. Now, you're still holding on to your barracks.
Behold!
1,000 gold away for your Aghanim Scepter. Emptiness has become a force to be reckoned with, and the net worth isn't too far off. Sure, the Shadow Fiend has plenty. Emptiness is very far off, though, in terms of his position. But Lenny, if he could find a way to lay in the hits, he does have the damage. They go in. There's no BKB available. Dream Coil also used. Norma might actually go down here. He does have plenty in the way of movement speed, but Mikey should be able to chase in after him. Dark Ascension does go up, but over on that back line, Panda G looks to settle the score. Unfortunately, he is going to be banished. Panda G will lose his life. Norma will be the one to make it away, but I'm not sure if that sacrifice is worth it. 3,000 of a net worth swing. As GC disconnects, maybe some additional issues that need to be sorted out. But again, wait, who's this? Night Stalker is 13, 0, and 9. Norma is 13, has 13 kills, 0 deaths, and 19 assists. Oh my, that is now I understand why Panda G sacrificed himself to make sure Norma could get away, because Norma's streak is going to be massive if he dies. Norma just gives away 3,000 gold if he dies. Not really 3,000 because he is only 18,000 net worth, but it's also the streaks, right? Daedalus up for the Shadow Fiend as he attempts to transition into a right-click build. Wonder though, this Eagle Song. Butterfly potentially on the horizon. That's the only item I can think of with the Eagle Song that he could actually build up. Unless he wants to be going for a Swift Blink. But no point in the Swift Blink. Oh, rather, he does go for the Swift Blink. So I'm wrong once again. 35 agility and phase movement. The phase movement bit is actually pretty good against a TB. Stoic, or rather it is Mikey who spots out the Hoodwink. Nowhere to really go. Every time you get spotted out, you will end up falling, as they do use that Fiend's Grip. The Puck, he catches John Yu too, so the Bane should be going down here. The rest of his lineup will follow beside him. As Lenny just right clicks John Yu down. 2 kills found by Syntax.
Dire are scanning. Radiant are scanning.
Mikey?
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Oh no, never mind. It's just down to an 8,000 advantage, a 7,000 advantage. At that 40-minute mark, it's not so significant. They were 91% likely to win the game just 10 minutes ago, a little over 10 minutes ago. And now it's down to a 60% win probability. Still in their favor. But Igris needs to be careful. He's not immune. Look at the damage that he takes. Pandagy has no Aghanim Scepter, so he can't exactly turn his ally into stone. Norma though, he activates his BKB, goes to work on the Shadow Demon. As I don't think Stoy can make it out of this one alive. However, the Crippling Fear has worn off and the Glimmer Cape will kick in. They attempt to fight back, Doom applied on Pandagy as the fight is divided. But the Fiend's Grip comes out on Emptiness. Igris goes in with the Requiem and will be able to apply significant pressure and damage. Takes out Emptiness and Lenny. Stoic also falls. This team fight is over. The Puck will also fall.
Tower is under attack.
I apologize for the slight hiccup. I'm having coughing bouts apparently.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Mikey had to buy back into that, and it doesn't really look that good anymore. With your Terrorblade down, without a buyback, without your Doom having a buyback. In fact, when you take a look at the buybacks, none of them have one. So it does very much come down to this one simple team fight.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top
But you have to wait for your Terrorblade and your Doom. They don't have a creep wave though. The Rubik stole the brain sap, so he can effectively take out the creep wave if he wants to. So does manage to buy some time. The glyph is also going to come. Oh, now rather no, there is no glyph to be had.
Dire's middle barracks are under attack. Dire's middle barracks has fallen.
Earth's bounty.
Poogie following the Terrorblade. And Lenny, he doesn't survive long enough, right? It's just magical damage. It's just this initial burst of damage that he takes before he activates his BKB. And against the BKB targets, he can't sunder. It doesn't go through debuff immunity. Mikey doesn't have a buyback, so this is probably their Hail Mary attempt. Norma is able to activate his Dark Ascension. He sees everything. And he's gonna blink right in, activates his BKB. Stoic will be the first casualty this time around. Can't make it out. Lenny, he activates, or rather, his Metamorphosis. Hasn't still popped his BKB, but it's a Fiend's Grip over on that back line. Now, Lenny attempts a fight against a Shadow Fiend, but it will not be possible. He will lose his life, and that should just be it. They've lost 4. Only Mikey is alive. No buyback available. Apart from Jeezy. And now it's Jeezy plus Mikey against the world. Can they do it, is the big question. I don't think they can stop these mega creeps from coming out. So I do think that the game is over in that regard.
Dire's top barracks are under attack. Dire's top barracks has fallen. Dire's top barracks has fallen. The Radiant now have mega creeps.
Roshan. Has gone down too. This has just unfortunately not been a game for Syntax past that 10-minute mark. Early on, they were doing so well. Early on, they were finding everything. But it just... The Night Stalker, Norma just got way too much. He's 15, 1, and 24. He's only died once, the last team fight. Igris. This time around, they do find the Shadow Fiend, but he has that Aegis. In fact, the Satanic is healing him back up. They're not able to take him down. Emptiness has to blink in, but again, the Fiend's Rip comes out. Sunder, though, on Johnny, they're able to pop through him. Lenny activates his BKB. Is he going to be able to do anything? No, the Requiem Fear is too much. Lenny has gone down too. Igris still holding his ground while the rest of Syntax lose their lives. It is now just Mikey who will also be collected up. And that should be it. Stoic will call GG as Summer Bear take Syntax to a game number 3 over at the European Pro League.
Radiant victory.
Oh man, Summer Bears played that really well, but I do believe that the drop... Summer Bear, I do wonder though if they'll actually go for the magic damage Shadow Fiend that they did early on, and whether or not that's going to suffice against a hero like the Luna, who has plenty of magical damage herself. Still though, I do think that the Tombstone save is going to be a centralizing factor, particularly against the Hoodwink and the Techies. Not to mention, you can waste away the Eclipse's duration with that Tombstone save, right? That's why I'm giving a lot of emphasis on that one ability. But Summer Bears, they do have plenty of other options to choose from, just not the Puck. You can still go for the Invoker, for Panda's Invoker in specific. He was phenomenal with the Earth Spirit, where I may have not given him enough credit for his Earth Spirit performance. Just was just overall pretty incredible to see.
Dire team pick.
As they'll go for a Ringmaster. This is a hero that GZ is very familiar with, despite of him being on the other side. Norma will go for his Centaur once more. Again, the CS that he had on his Centaur was outstanding, but this doesn't mean that the Undying will now be a support rather than the offlane hero. So Syntax, they realize this. What are they going to pick up for their own offlane? What are they going to pick up for their own mid lane hero? Again, you can go for the offlane right now, but you can also go for the mid lane hero right now, right? They'll have the pick first, so they won't really be able to see Summer Bear's mid lane hero before they have to reveal their own. But as far as the offlanes go, you have the Shadow Fiend on the other side, so you can just go for a Darkseer. But you could also go for the Underlord. I think Techies plus Underlord is a pretty good combo. Or maybe even a Tidehunter if you want to play with a Wombo combo. But the Wombo combo has been, I would say, reduced in Dota quite a bit. Or I would say the Wombo combos are so frequently seen that they're not really Wombo combos anymore. They're just combos.
Radiant team ban.
Syntax go for the Mars. Pretty standard hero against the Shadow Fiend. Not exactly a meta hero. So it feels weird saying the Mars isn't meta, right? Because the Mars feels like a very evergreen kind of hero that can be played in just about any game in any patch. It just so happens that it is great against ranged projectile-based heroes like the Shadow Fiend.
Remaining. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team pick.
So we'll see what they're going to be able to do.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Syntax, they go for the Storm Spirit of all heroes. Meanwhile, Summer Bears, they opt in for the Earth Spirit. That is definitely an interesting one. So it'll be Mikey Storm versus a whole lot of heroes that have a lot of HP and armor. The Earth Spirit plus the Centaur, two tanky, very tanky heroes. Meanwhile, Igris is playing the Shadow Fiend, which has a save by the Ringmaster, 60% magic resistance, and even goes up more than 60%. So I don't know if the Remnants will be enough by Mikey to be able to take anyone down here. Even the Undying is a very tanky hero. So very interesting pick coming in by Syntax. Meanwhile, Summer Bears just opt in for their Earth Spirit, which is what, you know, he was very successful with it in game number 2. So I would say that Summer Bears have the stronger drop. I don't say that every day about the Earth Spirit, but if Panda is able to play the game like he was in the previous one, I do think that probably they should be coming out ahead here. Of course, a lot of it does depend on the early game. Syntax, their early game is stronger. We saw that not just in game number 1, but we also saw that in game number 2, despite of them losing control of that early game transition. The first 5 minutes, first 6 minutes was very significantly in their favor. I do think that Igris will play it a lot more careful in the early game though, because he realizes that Syntax target him quite a bit. But we'll see how exactly it all ends up working out. Now, I'm struggling to see the win condition for Syntax over here, because Lenny, he's playing a Luna, so I do wonder how exactly the Luna is supposed to find the win here.
Prepare for battle.
Perfect location.
So let's see.
You rock.
5-man move from both teams across the board. As Syntax, this time on the Radiant side, again, opting in for the same move. They want to target Igris, but they're a bit too late with it. Their smoke is going to break. GC will just back away.
The battle begins.
3 heroes to pick up the bounty runes. Syntax get the additional 200 gold at the back of that. Oh, the Impalement Lord's actually taking on Lenny. But when we take a look at this this early game, I would actually imagine that this is a pretty, I would say, strong lane by the Dire side. Ringmaster plus Norma against Lenny and the against the Luna and the Techies doesn't really feel like the Techies will be able to do much. Ringmaster is one of the best counters to the Techies simply because of his escape act. As Stoic, he blasts off. He does find Delight, and Delight is going to be die here. I don't think he'll be able to get the return kill. First Blood will once again, for the 3rd game in a row, be drawn in favor of Syntax. Meanwhile, top side is going to be Mars plus a Hoodwink against the Undying and Igris. And this is one of those lanes where Syntax does have more opportunities. It's just their window of opportunity is very narrow. You have to be able to find the good and clean execution. Otherwise, you just have multiple raises dropped on top of you. Otherwise, John Yu will be able to come out with the Decay and potentially even the Tombstone. And then it's going to be too late, and then it's going to be a scramble to actually get the kill and get out, or maybe even abandon the kill attempt and just escape. So those are some very narrow win conditions for this laning phase if you're a Syntax fan. Mid lane is going to be Panda G as well as Mikey. Again, Earth Spirit versus the Storm Spirit. Not exactly the brother matchup that we're used to. Oops. Accidentally punched the box that my mic is on top of. Delight will be able to land the dagger on, again, Stoic, but it doesn't really result in anything. Unless Stoic and Lenny are the ones to make a move, the other side doesn't have to respond. Norma can just continue to farm up. While even on that top side, it does seem like Emptiness is having a pretty good time. They find the Bushwhack, they find the Rebuke as well. As Igris will go down towards that top lane. GZ wants to take down that Tombstone, but Delight, he'll give up his life to take out Stoic. I don't think that's worth it. Now, sure, Delight did get the solo experience, so he is level 3. He should be happy because of that. But you don't want to give too many kills away to Lenny, particularly as Igris, your Shadow Fiend, is struggling. Has to play the lane alone while the Undying goes back to his lane. I do wonder, has his Ceaseless Dirge not kicked in? 480 seconds. I don't think it's been that long. As, oh wow, Igris, did he just find a solo kill? I think he did. Oh no, oh no. Mikey, he goes down towards that mid lane, and where he found a solo kill on Panda G last game around, he's gonna be a Storm which has to recover. And that is in fact not the ideal place to be a Storm in. Well, to be fair, that's not an ideal place for any mid lane hero, right? Having to recover. Oh, top lane once again. Tombstone comes out and you have to abandon the play. Unless the Shadow Fiend is already low. That's how he went down the first time. Bot lane and initiation on Norma with the blast off doesn't really result in anything. In fact, Stoic needs to be careful. Delight is landing the Impalement Arts. It's just not enough damage against a hero that can techies. The Impalement Arts is based on max HP damage. Right, so the more HP you have, the more damage it does. Mikey is level 6, but the Bushwhack missed. However, Mikey, he still wants to go for that play. One more Remnant will be enough. In fact, he'll use the Overload to be able to get that kill. But now the question is, how is he going to make it out? He does have that Soul Ring, so plenty of mana available for the Storm. In fact, he's thinking about going back in. Panda G, he'll be hit by the Bushwhack. And now, has that Rolling Boulder, they weren't able to cancel it. He's thinking about potentially making a play on the techies, but no, he'll decide against it. Igris leading the way in terms of lost hits. Around that 7-minute mark, the Undying is moving in for that Shrine of Wisdom.
Dire are scanning.
Stupendous.
Dire are scanning.
Uses the Tombstone as well as GZ. He'll realize that he shouldn't have been there in the first place. Or at least, they should have brought in the numbers. But now, Summer Bears end up with 2 Shrines of Wisdom. Delight, almost level 5, while their own supports... Okay, they're both level 4. So it's not that bad. It's not as bad as I was expecting. But they're barely level 4 is the problem. Norma. John Yu. is attempting to walk away. Eclipse is going to be used, but the Stampede is going to mean that Jonyu, a support Undying, is not going to be caught by 3 entire heroes. That is a big error in judgment that Syntax have made, as now they don't have an Eclipse for the next 100 seconds. Delight is holding the Amplified Damage rune for Panda G. And again, you take that rune away from the Storm, who would have loved to have that. Every single rune the Storm can just use to farm as well. Right, not every rune on the Storm is meant to find pickoffs with or plays with.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Keep the lion tamer's share.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Lenny? He is being chased down. Impalement marks are slowing him down, but I do wonder, I don't think Delight can get this kill. I think Delight is just being a bit of a thorn in the backside, making sure that Lenny can't farm. But no, Panda G comes in from the side,
Under attack.
and they're able to pick up the kill. The Luna goes down, and this is now a convincing advantage in favor of the Dire side. Summer Bears,
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
their Shadow Fiend is a full 1200, 1300 net worth ahead of the Luna.
Fallen.
Centaur Norma is having a phenomenal time once more. Is going for that Heart of Tarask. Even Stoic is going to fall towards that top lane. Emptiness, he comes in. Lands that spear. The box though comes in. However, may not be able to save them. Requiem comes out by the other side. And it does mean that Panda G, he's still okay. They've lost their Storm. They might just lose Emptiness. He pierces or spears Igris back, but the Stampede is going to make sure that they can overrun this Mars. May even be able to take out Lenny, but Stoic, he comes in from the side with that blast off to buy them some amount of space. Stoic has sacrificed himself so that Igris will fall and that Lenny will live to tell the tale. In fact, even Jeezy will be able to take out Delight. What was a disaster for Syntax has been turned around by Stoic, as they'd even take out Jonyu.
Radiant's
A
bottom
2 for
tower
3. In
is
fact,
under attack.
it was probably... Oh yeah, it was a 2 for 3. Panda G was able to make it out. But again, massive trade for Syntax. Massively beneficial trade for them. It was apparently a bit of greediness for Summer Bears, as they saw very vulnerable targets, decided to chase them down, but did not expect that techies. Can't blame them. Who can really expect a techies? Literally comes in with the blast off. Which I suppose is an interesting name for that ability. Oh, Panda G. He comes in, smashes Jeezy. Uses his Magnetize, but Jeezy, he found the 2-man bushwhack. I think Jeezy's okay. Yeah, he just shrugs that off and teleports out. Meanwhile, mid lane is going to be Mikey, who will be able to find a solo kill.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's top tower is under
And
attack.
Mikey is back on his own 2 feet. May not have too many galvanized charges, but he found 2 kills. Oh, he might not. Does he really want to go on towards Panda? He doesn't have mana for a remnant. Mikey! Have I ever seen a big enough overestimation of your own mana pool?
Middle tower is under attack.
You know, that will be an example of how you need to calculate for things. If he had one more remnant, maybe, just maybe, it would have been enough. Even then, I don't know. Right? Even then, I would say that maybe the Earth Spirit walks out of that.
Radiant are scanning.
Oh, Mikey able to take out Johnny. Well, that is a convincing solo kill. But still, you have to do something about Igris. And maybe even Norma. Emptiness wasn't able to find the skewer, but they do have the bushwhack, the blast off, the vortex, everything on top of Pandaji, as he really can't make it out of that one. Finding themselves some clean kills. As even Lenny, he's able to take a tier 1 tower. So 2 kills, a killing spree, a tower, maybe even a third or second tier 1 tower. As John Yu, he plants down his tombstone, but that tombstone is going to fall. GZ will be able to pick up the last hit for that one.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
They go in. Norma, he goes out. A tumultuous start in the early game, but a pretty good footing in the transition from the early game. I mean, they're playing around together, right? The only problem is you're not doing anything to Igris, which is what I'm bringing up every time and time again. He's off to a Yasha Kaya. He has the Falcon Blade. Will be able to get to that Blink Dagger by that 16 to 17 minute mark. And then he's gonna look for Requiems. Emptiness. Interesting dodge there. As he dodges out the Whiplash too, he uses the Arena. Might actually make it out. No. Magnetized damage too much for him. But that is the Undying Flesh Golem revealed. Oh, Mikey, he is very low, but I don't think they'll be able to find him. They even dropped down that tombstone, both big spells having been committed. Mikey is thinking about taking out the tombstone, but they're still hanging around nearby. Ooh, Sharpshooter actually goes across all of them, but the Eclipse, Lenny comes in. With that Eclipse, it might just be enough. Delight has fallen down. Stoic may have been the trade, but Pandaji has to get back. John Yu skewered by Emptiness from the side, and Lenny ends up with a double kill. That is truly not worth it for Summer Bear. Mikey, he goes in, but Norma has a heart of the task. However, towards that top lane, Igris, he's gonna get hit by the blast off. Mines are also gonna damage him down. Lenny with that beam. Igris will be able to throw out his Requiem and is able to turn it around, take out Stoic, and will just walk away. I would have for sure thought they would have had enough to take Igris out, but the Yasha Kaya cast speed increase proving to be a bit too much. GZ is now going to be the second casualty.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And again, they are definitely trying, right? Summer Bears.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
John Yu gets taken out too. Igris.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Doesn't want to go towards that outpost, or rather that twin gate. Oh, GZ, he found Igris. Mikey is in 2, and this is a position where you can't Requiem yourself out of. In fact, there is no Requiem to be had. Igris will fall. They even find Delight again. Skewer not really landing, but Mikey is in, and Delight is going to be going out. Igris plus Delight, 2 good kills to get. And Mikey, again, he's off to a pretty good start. Or, start was shaky, but he's now accelerating. 8,500 net worth. He is well above that of Pandaji, who this time around hasn't had the same kind of impact. 6,500 net worth for him. 2,000 behind. And he's going for a BKB, so he won't have that Kaya. He won't have that magic damage amplification.
Dire are scanning.
GZ. Ooh. They come in with the arena. Undying Tombstone is there, but Igris, he also has the Requiem. Pandaji, or rather Mikey, will be able to take out Jeonyu. Delight will also fall down, and Stoic will come in with a blast off. Despite of the start of that fight with the Requiem, they just didn't have the numbers. Norma wasn't there. Earth Spirit wasn't there. In fact, the Stampede wasn't even used. And dare I say it, Summer Bears, they're not playing so well coordinated, at least in comparison to Syntax. It is a 3,000 lead right now in favor of the Radiant side.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Mikey bottles up the amplified damage rune. Lenny, he is in big trouble. He will actually fall. Mikey never went in. Now he'll choose to zap in, take out Jeonyu, but an Undying for a Luna is not worth it. In fact, trying to target down Norma may not be worth it either. He has too much HP. Blastoff also comes in, as well as the mines, but the Wheel of Wonder will get sent out by Delight. And Norma, he will attempt to teleport away, but will not be possible. Emptiness will come in time and time again. It is this Mars who is coming in when you don't expect him to. And that has been the difference maker. They were able to take down 4,000 HP.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
They have the catapult. I don't think they can take this tower, or rather, maybe they can take this tower down. No, never mind. The glyph, it comes out.
Radiant are scanning.
Pandaji does get caught out. Now, do they have enough damage is the big question before Pandaji attempts to roll away. His roll is unsuccessful, and he is guaranteed to now fall. Rebuke will get the job done. Emptiness coming in as a playmaker time and time again. As over on that mid lane, Jeonyu, he also goes down. Ceaseless Dirge not going to activate.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, Delight. I'm hearing ownage calls. I'm hearing ringing bells in my ears, and these players hear it too, because they are in the game.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Tormentor will be taken out. Stoic will end up with the shard. Now he gets the mutually assured destruction. I'm assuming that is it is the same acronym.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Net worth tells the story, as someone just pointed out. I do agree to a certain extent. And I mean, when the story is unfortunate in this case, as Mikey is 6,000 net worth ahead of the, or rather 5,000 ahead of the Earth Spirit. This is,
Dire's top tower is
again,
under
Bandagy doesn't even have his second item. He just has a vessel in effectiveness. Until he combines the two and gets that BKB. Bot lane, they do find themselves a good pickup on GZ.
Dire's
But a
top
far
tower
cry
is
from
under
what the kind of kills you need. Mikey
Dire's top tower
will roll away.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Emptiness was coming in, but they'll still, I mean, Mikey has an arcane rune. This is a guaranteed kill. It really feels like Syntax or their plan of action is to find isolated pickoffs, and it's working out so far. This could be a huge pickoff though. The Earth Spirit Panagy is so close to his BKB, but he's about to get delayed. Bushwhack also lands it, throw everything at him. The sharpshooter just runs through him. As his BKB, 25 minutes, he still doesn't have it. It's going to be at that 26-minute mark now. Maybe even later if they still find a way to target him after he respawns. Unlikely, but it still can happen.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
They take apart the first tier 2 tower of the game.
Dire are scanning.
Bushwhack lands.
Dire are scanning.
As it seems like there's a 5-man smoke from Summer Bear. They want to go in, but they need to find the right approach. Norma has that Blink Dagger, so he can start a fight for his team if he wants to, but they're playing without a BKB. Mikey will be able to spot everyone out. He'll take out the Undying first. No Ceaseless Dirge activating as Mikey will zap away. Bushwhack now found, Sharpshooter applied on the Shadow Fiend, but GZ will be pushed in. However, so too will Pandagy. He'll activate his Magnetize, but he doesn't have a BKB. He'll just get popped. Lenny will activate his own BKB, take out the Tombstone, as the light will be able to blink out. Igris is very low on his HP. Norma, he'll go in with a 2-man hoof stomp. Igris will go in with the Requiem and then take out Lenny.
Dire's top tower.
Pretty good result of the fight so far, but Storm Mikey has the mana to go back in. It is now a target for Igris. As Igris gets caught out, Vortex down, and a few more remnants should do the trick here. Igris, the Witchblade debuff also applied on him. Mikey will be able to pick up the biggest carry in the game, and even John Yu is going to end up paying the price for that team fight, or rather, for sticking around in that team fight. I would imagine that once you take out Lenny, you should just get back. Oh no, it'll be a full team wipe. Earthspirit went down earlier. Pandagy is trying to make his way to help out Norma, but can he make it here in time? In fact, it seems like Syntax, they'll just give up the kill, or rather give up trying to take Norma out. He is too darn tanky. But oh, BKB, that is unfortunate. He had to use his first BKB use like that. Do they have... There's still... Is this Centaur that is just hanging around? They'll even use the use on him. Emptiness. Or rather, Lenny, he's coming in. He has the Eclipse. Maybe that will be enough. But so far, they want to force out Norma. Emptiness, again, he finds two people in that arena. And again, I don't know why they're sticking around in the jungle. What is the point of sticking around when you don't have your carry? When you don't have any way to make a play? Sure, Norma can farm up the jungle if he wants to. But even with the observer board that you have planted down here, you're still not safe against heroes that can instantly jump you. Once Lenny comes back, they will be looking for a fight. Stepladder net worth 809 gold for the Luna. As he just heads inside of the pit. No Requiem. Well, it's pretty far away right now. All the way in the triangle.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Stupendous.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
It's an attempt on the storm, and it is a successful attempt. Igris ends up picking up 1,000 gold at the back of that kill. 2,000 overall, swinging the other way. And it seems like they're not done. They want to press on forward, knowing that there's no mid laner for 70 seconds. Lenny will just teleport out. Stoic is likely to teleport out himself.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Okay, no, never mind. Stoic, stuck around. He's definitely stoic. As I believe the word means brave. Igris is trying to gate towards the other side, but he also doesn't know that there are... You know, he doesn't know how many mines there are on the other side, so he can't exactly go through it. Second time I've seen Igris trying that. This time around, he's not going to go for the Satanic. He first wants to get to that Daedalus. Wants to have his farm. Ooh, they find the light. Emptiness finds himself a solo kill. Earth Spirit goes in, but he's taken in too much damage. He just dies. He can't actually stand inside of the lineup without, even with his BKB up. There's just too much physical damage coming out, and even the magical damage, it doesn't get completely reduced. Luna still has the Aegis, however, that's probably not the ideal way of losing that Aegis. Activates the BKB. Igris, stuck inside of the full force of the Luna as well as the Storm, will be able to make it out. However, he has a debuff on him. Parasma will take him out. And the Storm will just zap away. Panda G came in with the buyback that doesn't really do anything. As Emptiness was waiting for him once more, Panda G gets held back. Vortex is going to be there too, but they don't need it. They'll just take out Panda. Stoic will be the casualty in response. But quite frankly, that's very well worth it for the Radiant side. For Syntax, they're now up 20,000. Pings are coming out on Norma. I wonder if they're pings to go on him or pings to just make sure that don't go on him.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Radiant are scanning.
Tormentor is also going to be taken out. GZ will end up with the shard. And now he has that boomerang. That increased magical spell amp, right? With the Parasma. Now how much is that? 40%? Yeah, 40% magic resistance reduction. Boomerang plus the Parasma. And I mean, this grants you 60%, so you're taking effectively 40% damage from the Eclipse. Max 5 beams per unit, that's 300, that's 1500 damage. You're still receiving around 500 damage from that. Or rather, more than like 700 damage from that. Norma? He's used his Stampede. Emptiness is just waiting on that backline. He will go in with the 3-man skewer. And it seems like Summer Bears never stood a chance. The light will be the casualty as well as Panda G. He has made his way out, or is at least attempting to, but the rest of his lineup isn't so lucky. Jeezy will find the bushwhack. And it'll be Norma who will this time around not prove to be so darn tanky. They cut through him. 4 heroes to fall, and Emptiness hiding in those trees, finding that 3-man spear, turning himself, forcing himself to be the MVP.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Consistently making those Mars plays, man oh man. And now that you don't have your Shadow Fiend, he doesn't have a buyback, Lenny. He's the Luna. You will lose your lane of barracks.
Dire structures are fortified.
Glyph does come out, but who are they afraid of? Jonyu?
Dire's
He's a support. He's an undying support. He can't do anything in terms of stopping a high ground push, of course.
Dire's top barracks has fallen.
This may just be 2 lanes of barracks, but they do have a Glyph available.
Dire's bottom
You still won't have Norma, right? You won't have your big tanky frontliner, and you're not exactly at full HP on the Radiant side. So Lenny will need to be a bit careful. You have the Requiem up for the Shadow Fiend, despite of it. Well, he did lose quite a few souls, but 2 lanes of barracks is having been collected.
fallen.
By all the metrics, Syntax should be taking this game number 3, 34, 35,000 net worth. Panda G will be going in. Lenny activates his BKB. Panda G will be able to boulder away, but the same can't be said for Jonyu. In fact, Mikey, he doesn't want Panda G to get away. He'll be able to take him out. 3 heroes have gone down. A use on Igorous as he activates his BKB. Goes to work. But Mikey will be able to hold his ground and with the Bloodstone take Igorous out. Norma, now the only one stuck in between of the 5, will also lose his life. But the GG call has been sent out. Syntax will win this series against Summer Bears 2-1. And they made this game number 3 in particular look very convincing. Oh man, I can't wait to see more from Syntax. I can't wait to see more from Summer Bears, but as far as Syntax is concerned, they do have one more series to play. It is going to be against Balu team, and since we are behind schedule, we will just head to a short break and we will quickly be back with the series against Balu team right after it. So don't go anywhere, guys, and stay tuned. risky because you don't have any stuns. The only stun you actually have is that vortex, and sure, you have the Keeper of the Light slows, you have the raise slows as well, but when you take a look at Syntax's lineup, they have the cookie, they have the slow from the Templar Assassin, they have the Hoodwink Bushwhack, which is a direct stun, the slows from the Acorn Shot, Sharpshooter, Largo, as well with the mini stuns, as well as a Dispel from that Lick. And it's a lineup that has a lot more to offer compared to Balu team. So we'll see what exactly they're going to be able to do as far as that is concerned. Hmm.
10 seconds remaining.
Balu team.
5 seconds remaining.
They are thinking about their lost man. They're banning the Huskar because they're worried about the Storm on that mid lane getting hammered. But if you're worried about the Storm getting hammered, then you're gonna need to ban out the Viper too, right? Because I would actually argue the Viper is worse than the Huskar at dominating the lane, or at least dominating the Storm. It's better at it actually. So we'll see if the Viper ban also comes out. But apart from the Viper, you still have the Ember Spirit, you still have the Void Spirit, and as Summer Bear showed us, you still have the Earth Spirit. You know, you have multiple options for that mid lane. So sure, don't dominate the Storm. It is a knife's edge kind of lane, but it's still one that does pretty well. Mars having been banned up by Balu, as Syntax thinking about their lost pick.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Batrider also gets banned out, and they've banned out the Mars, so they're not sure of the Snapfire being the mid lane hero or the support. But then it has to be a Snap core, right? Unless you want to play a Largo support. It doesn't actually flex like, I think Balu teams is overestimating the flex potential that Syntax actually have. Sure, there is some decent flex potential, but it's not, you know, you have to assume the Largo should be a core here. Balu team will go for the Slardar, as it means that neither the Undying or the Keeper of the Light are going to be core heroes. It is going to just be a Slardar core, and they do have some nice initiation potential. I do wonder, they don't have burst potential. Sure, the Keeper of the Light Illuminate is, well, 500 magical damage, it's quite a lot, and with the Slardar's Crush, the initial first to 2 second damage is there, but what if that damage output isn't what you think it is? What if the Largo comes out with a lick? What if the Snapfire cookie's outside of the Illuminate? If this Illuminate doesn't land after the Slardar stun comes in, then you're not going to be able to take out a target. But let's see. Syntax thinking about their last pick. Who is it going to be? Oh wow, they go in for the Axe, who is a very good hero against the Shadow Fiend in specific. You can also just call up the Slardar once he jumps in, and you know, the Axe can act as the meat shield. But particularly with that Blade Mail, doesn't really have to care about the Shadow Fiend's damage output once you have that Blade Mail on. But we'll see what Balu team is able to muster up. I do think that the draft is pretty much even Steven, but Syntax have more control. Syntax have more disable, and when you have more disable, automatically the lineup which has a Shadow Fiend begins to suffer. Right, it's not exactly a very strong lineup from Balu in that very specific regard. And I will say that if the Storm doesn't pop off, if the Slardar doesn't have a good timing for his Blink Dagger, then what Balu team are trying to do won't work. We'll see if that is going to be the case. as we head into game number 1. Mom is angry. That is a very interesting nickname. And you're trying to play this draft, which is very dependent on your timings if you're able to hit them, but it's also, you're also attempting to do that against a lineup which, or rather against players who play the early game really well. And in fact, it is going to be a Largo support. It is going to be, of course, they picked the axe, so it's an axe off lane. But again, it's a decent combo, right? The Berserker's Call into the Frog Storm. The Berserker's Call lasts more than 3 seconds, I believe. And within those 3 seconds, at the max level, of course, but those 3 seconds will mean that the Frog Storm is, you know, just going to dish out those mini stuns constantly. It is plenty of damage. You can also lick someone back into the Berserker's Call. So there's plenty of options available.
Away the idiots!
30 seconds to battle.
Away the
Syntax again going for their infamous 5-man smoke, but it's not towards that safe lane, it's towards that bot side. Cutie. Or cute. I'm not too sure because he has a Q. Cutie, of course, is already a player for VP Protege. And I doubt these players are the same. They can't be.
The battle begins.
3-man bounty rune. Or 3 players picking up the bounty rune from Balu team. I will try to find the logo for Balu team on my PC. I should have it, I think. Or is it one of those few logos that I actually don't have? And it seems like I don't have them. Alright. But by process of elimination, you guys should be able to tell which side Balu team is, right? Syntax have their logo up. So mid lane is going to be a bit of a disaster for the Storm. The Snapfire just simply has too much damage. You want to drag the Snapfire in with your Vortex? Well, one Scatter Blast will take out most of your HP. You know, it is position dependent. The closer you are, the more damage the Snapfire deals.
Dire's courier has been killed.
So not an easy lane for the Storm, but if he just finds his farm, I suppose that should be good enough. Akamu is going to be able to pick up the first blood on Jeezy, and he does so all by himself. Not the start that Syntax wanted, but definitely the start that you need for Balu. Interestingly, Balu means bear in my native language, Urdu. So, but it's also Balu that means bear, right? So it's B-H-A-L-U. That would mean bear. And Syntax have already played against the Bears last game. There's definitely some correlation there that I'm attempting to form, but there probably is none. Stoic will be able to get the better exchange thanks to Lenny, who comes in. And Lenny has had a pretty good debut, as far as, at least in my mind. This is my first time actually bringing coverage to Lenny, the newest Turkish player that I've seen, well, anywhere really. And he does seem to do pretty well. I don't think Lenny was there for the Team Turkey's run at the Esports Nations Cup qualifiers. They made it all the way into the lower bracket finals before losing to Kyrgyzstan. But it would have been nice to see, or rather to meet the Turkey players, you know, in person. But I suppose I'll be meeting the Kyrgyzstan players in person, so it's I've never met any professional Dota 2 player in my life apart from Yavor, and I suppose a few others. Well, the few others I could count on my fingers, right? I haven't really ever been to a tier 1 event. ENC, if you can consider that tier 1, I do personally. Then that should be my first time. But when we take a look at the lost hits, the Axe isn't really doing too well, is he? Emptiness just has 9 CS. And he should have more. right? This is he's level 2 on the axe. GZ does bring the lane back, so this is 4 CS he should be able to get guaranteed. Unless his counter helix is whiff. Interesting that he's deciding to actually kill the creep wave. As, I mean, KO has taken the creep wave behind his tower too. As mid lane, Mikey is doing well, but is he doing well enough? Considering the Storm has nearly the same amount of CS as he does, and the Storm has plenty of HP. Demon Egg has bottle charges too. I wonder, Mikey isn't prioritizing Demon Egg. Now he does though, he finds that cookie. Demon Egg wasn't able to plant that remnant, but might be able to get to that water rune first. Mikey, will he hold his ground against Demon Egg? There is the infused raindrop, so Mikey, his Scatterblast isn't going to be doing any damage. Or, well, not going to be doing most of the damage that he should be expecting. There we go. And the other water rune was already disabled by Cute. So Mikey will suffer as a result of these rotations. Emptiness. He's also going to suffer. Is he going to die here? 1 CS would have been enough, and that would have been an absolute disaster because he'd have to walk back into the lane. So Emptiness playing with fire there.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Oh, Chippy Cow may be able to take out Lenny. Lenny has nowhere to go, no refraction to use, and Lenny will fall. In fact, even Stoic will be the second casualty. The Keeper of the Light will secure both of those kills, and where Syntax were the ones to come out with so much aggression against Summer Bears, I could feel it across the screen. I don't feel anything right now. And that's me on a good day. KO'd. It seems like Syntax want to make a similar play. However, Akamu will drop down that tombstone. A 3-man raise comes in by KO, and a Bushwhack misses. Stoic. He has condemned the axe to his demise. KO will be able to pick up a double kill. And Balu team, they're not only winning that top lane, they're winning their bottom lane too. They're destroying all of these lanes. It seems like Syntax are faced with a mathematical error. They're just unable to land their spells. It'll have to be Mikey to come in with the Mortimers. Mid lane, Demon Egg might be able to get the kill on GZ. Illuminate doesn't do too much. You do have an additional remnant, but it seems like they want to contest the power rune. Unfortunately, Mikey's already picked that up. Has a regeneration rune. So far, so good for Balu team.
Radiant are scanning.
Supplements.
GZ. Frog Stomp is going to be unleashed. KO'd. Will still be able to find the raise though. Tombstone is there, but this time around, Stoic, he does come in with a 2-man Bushwhack. Cookie will disable the Requiem, and they'll take down the Tombstone. They'll pick up the Shrine of Wisdom. This time around, Syntax are able to fight back in a big way and take out that nasty Shadow Fiend, who was proving to be a bit of a thorn. KO'd.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Or rather, mid lane, GZ. Well,
Are scanning.
clearly Largo's not the hero for him. Right, that is my takeaway. Bushwhack found. Mortimer's also going to come down, KO'd. If these Mortimers land on him, that one more should do it. It does find him, and the DPS will take him out. Mikey is able to get it done. A Largo for a Shadow Fiend, pretty good trade overall. However, Demonic is also applying significant pressure towards your tier 1 mid lane tower, and you do need to find a way to defend it. However, you can also trade out towers. I would say though that the safe lane tower is not worth it. Losing, losing your mid lane tower is not worth it for a safe lane tower. But maybe they don't have to lose their mid lane one, as GZ is back here again. Frogstomp will cut these creeps, and the tower will stand. Meanwhile, the top lane tower has been taken down. Emptiness spots at Akamu, who can't go through the gate because of the Berserker's Call. And Akamu's trapped between an axe and a Snapfire. I wouldn't want to be Akamu in that position. An easy dunk. So Syntax find a way to bring themselves back. But you do have to be wary of this Keeper of the Light Storm combo. This is a combo that, well, I personally really like. My team likes it really a lot as well. Mikey. Vortex is them back. Bushwhack is also found on Demonic, but you can't hold back the storm. The calm is over for Mikey as he falls. Killing spree goes the way of Demonic, and they chase after GZ, but they've realized that, hey, we've gotten the Mortimer, or rather, we've gotten Granny. You don't need the Toad. Oh. However, Demonic, he goes back in. Maybe they do want the frog after all. Or maybe they want Stoic. Maybe they don't know what they want. Or if rather, maybe it's a tier 1 topper. Okay, never mind. I'm gonna stop guessing, guys. They don't want anything. They want to mess with their heads. They want to mess with my head. Oh. Mortimer lands. Demonic. Is he gonna fall here? No, he has to zap away. Has plenty of mana to actually make it out, so the Mortimers aren't going to actually be successful. But you do have a level 4 Scatterblast as well as a level 4 Cookie. And you have the Boots of Travel. When we take a look at the net worth, it is still the Slardar at the very top of the net worth chart. Chippy Cow also has his Blink Dagger flying in, and the Shadow Fiend has the Mask of Madness. Pretty underwhelming with that build up, but he'll just farm, right? While the rest of his team creates space. And this timing, the 11 to 20 minute timing, is critical because your axe on the Radiant side on Syntax is going to be farming away for his Blade Mail and then his Blink Dagger, right? And he won't have it for the next 5 to 6 minutes. So this is going to be Balu's playground. Just make plays wherever they can. Chippy Cow teleports in with no mana, but it is the Keeper of the Light, Cute, who will give him his mana. GZ is so close to his level 6, but it's not GZ they want, right? It is Lenny who is farming away on that Templar Assassin. And he is not going to see this one coming. Plant down that haze on him. Lenny is trying to teleport away, but it will not be possible. Demonic also comes in, and that is a dead Templar Assassin. Assassinated, mind you, by Demonic and Chippy Cow. Great reveal of the Blink Dagger. Probably, I would say, the best reveal of the Blink Dagger they could have gone for outside of the Snapfire.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is falling. Dire's middle tower Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Demonic.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Zip!
They do have some space on that top lane, right? That's the key part. So you can always play in the Dire jungle, particularly with an axe who has the blade mail up. So there is some punishment available or counterplay available from Syntax should Balu make a move that they could end up regretting making a move. But so far they're content with just farming up because they know that the Shadow Fiend later on will be stronger than the TA. And they also know that the Shadow Fiend is significantly ahead of the TA. Well, they may not know it's significant because it isn't. Net worth is pretty much neck and neck, but the Shadow Fiend has 3 kills and Lenny has 0. Right, but they also may not have seen the Desolator come up for Lenny. Blink Dagger very close for Emptiness as Mikey has his Blink Dagger. Whoever shows up to the Scrape Wave is going to potentially fall. Mortimers are also going to be unleashed as the Bushwhack is found. So Akamu will go down. Not exactly the worst hero to lose if you're Balu, but having the Undying tank the Mortimers isn't that bad in my opinion. Someone has to. Better it be him than the Storm or Shadow Fiend.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
A soldier's fortune.
3-man smoke comes out by the Dire side.
Radiant are scanning.
Oh, Chippy Cow. They've only made 1 play with the Blink Dagger, so I do wonder if that's enough, right? Shouldn't you look for additional plays? As Jeezy, he sees Chippy Cow, but the call misses! The call whiffed, and Chippy Cow, he has a chance. But the Mortimers, or rather the cookie comes in, so Chippy Cow really, he had no chance. It was just the illusion of choice that we were given. Roshan is going to be collected up, but the Storm Spirit is teleporting in. I do wonder though if the Storm is going to go for Azaf. Demonic has the haste rune available. Roshan is still healthy. And he'll spot out the Roshan's HP, but has wasted away quite a bit of his mana.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Slaughter though, still 10 seconds without your offlane hero. Without your big blinker.
Radiant's bottom tower.
They decide to go back inside of the pit, but the call comes out. They do find the Undying, take him out very quickly, but he has the Ceaseless Stir, so he is quite literally the best target who could have died there, as he simply comes back. They're going to need to find another way around it.
Radiant are scanning.
Emptiness. Ooh, could have found a good call there, but now he will find a lackluster one. He will simply go down. Jeezy has nowhere to really go. He will be the second casualty. But most importantly, this opens them up to taking Roshan down for their side. I do wonder though if that is going to be the case, if Lenny and Syntax will just let them have it like that. as Lenny still doesn't have a Blink Dagger, unfortunately, is 100 gold away, will have it in his courier now, but Roshan has already gone down. Coyote already has in his possession that Aegis of Immortality.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Emptiness.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Ooh, Akamu? He will spot a Stoic. The rest of the entire team is there. Stoic will realize that he is a brave fellow, I will give him that, but bravery in that circumstance is folly.
Dire's middle tower.
As Swen says it best, right? There's a fine line. Mortimers are going to be collected. Mikey will get spotted out. Demonic, though, he's lost most of his mana, but the crush comes in onto her too. Illuminate also misses. And Demonic, he doesn't actually have that Aegis. However, he will catch a GG. But the two-man call, it comes in from Emptiness again! They find the Shadow Fiend's first life, and Lenny, he will blink back, demonstrating a lot of patience. The cookie will also land on Chippy Cow. There's a trap on top of him that Slardars lost his life. And they will chase on further. Teleport coming in by Mikey. Akamu guaranteed to fall. Cute. Will he be able to make it out? Mikey. He sees Coyote. Disables his blink. Or rather, disables him. Okay, they see Cute. So, they find the Keeper of the Light too. Pretty big pickoffs because there's 3 heroes. It's the Aegis, it's also a tier 1 tower, and a Shrine of Wisdom. So it is quite frankly just the whole 9 yards. Outside of a team wipe, I don't think that could have been much worse for Balu. And the patience being demonstrated by Syntax, very impressive. Lenny didn't stick to his position. He blinked back with his team. They kept going back with the cookie, with the blink daggers. They kept luring Balu inside where they wanted to take a fight. Another call found. The Akamu will come in with the Undying Tombstone save, and that is going to be enough. It'll be Emptiness who will lose his life, and the Shadow Fiend has already exited the Tombstone. Mikey is in trouble. He'll be licked back, and Demon Egg has no more mana. So might be able to disengage just at the back of that one axe death. That's pretty good, I would say. Oh, Coyote. Or rather Cute. Mortimers are also going to start flying. I mean, this was a lack of patience. I mean, they just... I'm not sure what the plan there was. It looked pretty here and there. All over the place, really. You know, GZ's licking the Templar Assassin back. Templar Assassin's right-clicking forward. They're throwing Mortimers on 3 different targets. Just wait for your axe. Wait for Emptiness. And man, oh man, did he make that play. You know, and this is a point that I have to bring up. His plays are phenomenal. And it's not just this game I'm talking about, right? Because he hasn't made that many good plays this game outside of the one we saw in, in this bot lane. I'm talking about his overall performance throughout the tournament. I'm talking about him in that last game against Summer Bears as he was playing the Mars. Absolute genius in terms of knowing when to initiate. He just catches them off guard. And that's something that you always have to be careful of. Is Chippy Cow? He's trying to scout someone out, has the BKB available. Stoic, once again, is going to be the casualty. Mikey, he's in a very awkward spot. He may not be able to make it out of this one. He does have that Solar Crest coming in, has his Blink Dagger also coming off of cooldown, so he'll be able to make his way out. But it does come at the cost of 2 of his allies. Oh. They have the haze on him and they are chasing in after him. He may not be able to blink away. Chippy Cow is able to find the stun and they will be able to take him out. Mikey loses his killing spree, and this time around, it is Balu who ends up with 3 entire kills. They're just not able to transition it to a tier 1 tower because, quite frankly, they've had all of those. Outside of the top lane one though. I'm not sure what that play was, but Chippy Cow, he wanted to force the issue, poke Lenny a little bit, but why would you want to poke a Templar Assassin? It's kind of like poking the bear, and Syntax have had experience with that. So they know how to poke back, is the thing. And that's an entire first BKB being wasted.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
It's also, of course, impossible to know if the axe was there. He was farming the jungle, but quite frankly... Oh, there's another call. I mean, the keeper that's going to be called down. Even Stoic finds a kill on Akamu. What is going on? Everyone just falling like flies across the map. And this is the problem with Balu's lineup. They're very good consolidated together, but, you know, on their own, their heroes are very easy to take out apart from the storm. Like, what happens when you see a lone keeper of the light? You just kill him. What happens when you see a lone undying? You just burst through him. You have a desolator, for goodness sake. And even what happens when you find a Shadow Fiend or a Slaughter, ideally they shouldn't be alone, but what if they are, you know, found in a compromised position? They're just not able to do much. They're waiting for Chippy Cow. Should be able to take him out. Very easy kill. The Culling didn't get that kill, so it goes on cooldown, but I mean, disable one of the 3 cores and the other lineup. I mean, you just break open the entire lineup, right? There's not much they can do. Oh, the call! It was found! The trap gave them temporary vision of cute, and that was enough for them. Demonic will zap away. But Emptiness, he's chasing in after the storm. Demonic has no mana. Emptiness will whiff the call, doesn't know where the storm is. So good awareness by Demonic not to go to familiar territory, not to go towards the obvious route. But this is looking like a game where the Axe, you know, scales up surprisingly well into the late game. His items are not built for scaling. He's gone for a 4-staff, but Slaughter is one of those heroes that doesn't scale well, regardless of the position you play him in. KO'd. He's gonna get spotted out. Now the Tombstone save is going to be there by Akamu, one of the more useful. Again, I brought the point up in that previous series when you had an Undying, right? The save from the Undying Tombstone is so good. It's kind of like a Pudge save with the Dismember.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And again, inside of the Roche pit they go, but I have a feeling this time around the Roshan attempt is not going to be so simple. It is... it's very hard to actually poke Roshan when there's an axe. And when there's a Templar Assassin who is farmed up. BKB up for Lenny too. A freshly minted 114 Desolator stacks means that he deals about 500 damage with his Mouth Strike. Or maybe even more, actually.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, emptiness. He's gonna whiff. Mortimer's gonna whiff too. Stoic will be the one to get caught out. But Chippy Cow, his Blink Dagger was disabled. Bushwhack doesn't actually land, but his BKB is going to whiff. Doesn't result in anything. Still a pretty much drawn out stalemate between both of these two teams, but the difference is Syntax never actually used their BKBs. They still have them. They're actually just gonna teleport away. Demonic is gonna go for a very long-winded zap. He's used all of his mana. Thankfully, Cute is nearby. However, Cute himself is gonna get grabbed up. GZ won't be allowed to enter. However, Chippy Cow, he has no BKB, and you have to consider that he's just going to be forced to sprint away. Finds that two-man crush, but Lenny, he will continue to dish in the hits. And the fight isn't so simple. Again, another Berserker's Call. Tombstone save has been forced out by Syntax. Roshan likely to be contested. Demonic. He spots out Stoic, wants to take him down. Maybe able to find that Hoodwink. But the Hoodwink, he does have the cookie save coming in. It's not enough. He instantly buys back into this. Lenny's taking in too much damage. He's super low. Won't be able to finish him off because he's able to activate those refraction charges. Roshan does fall. Aegis snatched up. However, Akamu and Chippy Cow will both go down. It's going to be Demonic who will also fall, and KO. He may have picked up that Aegis. He may have a second life. But he doesn't have a way out. Berserker's Call found by Emptiness, and they will bring the full fury on top of him. Take him out too. Not a single hero lost by Syntax outside of that Hoodwink. And it seems like Syntax are fully in the driver's seat. Akamu will use the Berserker's Call. Or rather, will get hit by the Berserker's Call. Over on that top side, Cute is going to be able to get away.
Dire's top tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh no, Demonic, he gets caught. A double cookie landing on top of him. A Culling Blade also to chop his head off. And Syntax, they are, I mean, they're in full control of the map here. Despite worse, they lost both their side lanes. Gleipnir found on the Undying as well. Cute also gets caught. Chippy Cow can't save Akamu. This is going to be one lane of barracks guaranteed, maybe even the two, because why go back? All of your heroes, they are plenty healthy.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom barracks are under bottom barracks has fallen.
Storm's still not up yet. Already lost your first lane of barracks. Going to lose your second, at least your melee barracks. I mean, why not? Why stop at the range barracks?
Dire's middle barracks has fallen.
Why not just go for more? Last lane available. However, this could be risky. Everyone is up. They find the call on Demonic. He's forced to pop his BKB. Thinking about zapping on forward. It is the backlines which are vulnerable. GZ is in big trouble. BKB is forced out from everyone nearly in this team, or rather in this game. KO'd, though, doesn't have a BKB. This is a very vulnerable Shadowfiend and he can't really do anything. 14,000 of a lead, but even as the lead stood at the 1,000 mark, if your Shadowfiend doesn't have a BKB, you won't win. Like it's just not possible to win in that scenario because you just get chain disabled. It's about the control that I brought up the point in the draft. Balu team doesn't have control. They have this stunner Star Dart which they reveal at the very last pick, and that gives them some amount of control. But where is everything else? Especially against the Dispel available by GZ. Right, one lick, Corrosive Haze is gone. One lick, the Solar Bind is gone too. Shadowfiend, again, the Tombstone save is going to be there, but this time around, I don't think he's going to be able to make it out. No, but Stoic finding the perfect bushwhack. KO'd. Will he be able to make it back to his fountain? It turns out that it is a pipe dream at this point. Undying will come back at the back of that Ceaseless Dirge. They have been able to take out Mikey. The team fight is not going that bad for them. However, Emptiness now has the Berserker's Call once more. A simple critical strike by Lenny will be able to take out the Undying twice. As Shipikao gets spotted out, no BKB available, held back by Stoic's Bushwhack, and a few hits from the TA will do the trick. And this game is pretty much done and dusted. No buyback on that Shadowfiend, no buyback for the rest of them either, as Emptiness finds another Berserker's Call. Lenny may have had a bad start to the game, but he will end it on good terms. Demonic, he's the only person trying to do anything. But Chipikao will have already tapped out. Syntax will be your first game winners. And Balu team, clearly the underdogs. We knew that heading into this, but some adjustments in their draft is very much needed because picking a draft which has a little control does not really work out. Throughout the time where they had the Keeper of the Light and the Undying, I was thinking one of these two has to be the core because you need supports to bring in control, and they didn't do that. They stuck with this Undying support and this Keeper of the Light support, which in theory is good, but practically it doesn't work well together. That is the one thing that I would like to see adjusted. But Syntax, they're clearly on the roll. They won the last series, and now they're just one game away from having won their second series in a row. They will cement themselves in the group stage for the playoffs that are due to begin day after tomorrow. For now, though, the game is not over. The series is... is concerned. And again, it has to be someone that can offer some frontline potential, some damage. If this Largo is to be a support, then you need someone that offers some beefiness. Especially against the Shadow Fiend. May just go back to the Axe, right? No, they actually go for the Batrider, someone that doesn't have beefiness, but has a lot of damage and that lockdown potential. However, Balu team could opt in for an Abaddon. But then they'll have to play the Shadow Fiend towards the mid lane. But the Abaddon plus Keeper of the Light is a pretty good combo, especially since you can, spam out those shields with the Chakra magics of the Kotl. But we'll see if that is going to be the case as Balu team. I will say that if Balu team go for the same draft as they did last time, then they'll have a much better time against Syntax, because the way that I see it, Syntax don't have much in the way of sustain. Like, who actually tanks anything from the Shadow Fiend? Is it the Lina? Is it the Batrider? Is it the Clockwork? Could be the Largo, to be fair. He has a big belly. I like the additive lighting. I turned that feature on in my options before today's cast, and we can see how the lighting is affected on the Largo. Also, the grass is moving because I turned in the moving grass. Didn't even know those were actual things, but I found them in the settings. Let's see. Balu team. Still haven't decided on a pick. And well, one of their players had disconnected, but they've reconnected now. I mean, it's not their roster anyway. Who are they going to play against the Batrider? And who are they going to play against Lina? So mid lane sniper would be okay, but not ideal, I would say, against a Batrider and a Clockwork. So the Puck would have been an option too, but the Puck was the very first ban by Balu. Maybe you can opt into a Keeper of the Light mid, right? Pretty good against Alina, pretty good against the Batrider. Again, suffers the same problem, but no, Balu team, they're going to go for the Pangolier. Interesting hero to actually play with the Batrider and Alina. And we'll see what the case will be as far as
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team banned.
Terrorblade also picked up by Balu team as Syntax.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team banned.
They're going to pick up the Mars, or rather ban out the Mars. It is a drawn out draft stage, which, to be fair, it's one of the more, I would say, stale drafts, right? Because where there's a lot of flex happening by both Syntax and Balu team, I still don't think that the Keeper of the Light plus Undying is a good combo. Now you have a theoretical save like the Abaddon, right? You have the ability to just disjoint the lasso itself with the Undying Tombstone save, and that potentially could be, the factor to keep the Shadow Fiend or the Pangolier alive. But it also depends on where this Batrider is going to go, right? Because if you remember a player called Rubicon, right, who used to play with Spirit Academy, now he's playing with Nemesis as well as his ENC team, right? He played a phenomenal Batrider carry, and that could theoretically be done by Lenny. And the Batrider carry in this game could prove to be a bit too much for whoever shows up on that offlane, maybe apart from the center. Actually, no, even the centaur itself. Right, so the offlane pick from Balu team has to bring in control, because whereas last time they had the Vortex, this time they don't have a single stun outside of just relying on the crashes by that Rolling Thunder. Right, and against the lick from the Largo, well, there we go. Balu team pick up the Tidehunter. So you have the anchor as well from the Tidehunter, so you can hold back the Batrider, maybe even jump on the Lina. The Ravage plus Requiem combo, as well as the Illuminate and the Rolling Thunder, could be devastating, and Syntax don't have a break mechanism available in their lineup. There's not too many offlane heroes that actually offer you a break either. So it does seem like Balu team have found the right, or rather, a pick that kind of boxes Syntax into a corner. I wouldn't say it's a corner necessarily. I'd say they box him in a circle. But let's see if that works out. Mortha gets picked up by Syntax. And pretty good hero to pick up, I suppose. It's good. It's great against the Shadow Fiend, but is it really good against the Tidehunter? I mean, it's okay. So the Mortha as a carry, in my opinion, is pretty good against the Pangolier because just simply because of that one dead shot, right? That's the only ability, and in fact the calling, right? Those two abilities give you some particular leverage against the Pangolier, and just 1-to-1 you can dish out the hits against the Shadow Fiend, but you still have to be careful about the Requiem. What is the Shadow Fiend? What if Coyote just simply goes for the magic damage build, and then you don't have to rely on the physical damage? You can just look to burst the Mortha with the Tidehunter Ravage. It is going to be hard to execute it, but Balu team could get it done. Overall, I do think that the draft is... it's even because Balu team don't have control outside of that Tidehunter, right? Otherwise, I would say that Syntax picking up this Lina on the mid lane could be a Mikey specialty. We never know, but it's not exactly a meta lineup, right? You're also playing with two melee supports. Sure, those melee supports are pretty tanky, but the Clockwork and the Largo, both of them don't really like the Keeper of the Light slow. Will have to, may just be in a position where you're forced to use your lick preemptively, or rather just forced to waste it away just to take out that Solar Mind on one of your supports. But we will see what the case will be, right? They don't have that big Blade Mail against the Shadow Fiend, which is what is concerning for me, right? They're going for a very aggressive Batrider play. So we'll see how well it actually works out for them. And the voice lines. I've been seeing a lot of the Money and Bones voice line. I wonder though how that voice line popped off. This voice line as well by the Hoodwink, it does pop off. It is, I would imagine the players don't like stickers, but with how many players actually use stickers in competitive games, it is a quite popular form of art in Dota 2. It's of course a lot more popular in Counter-Strike, but I would say that, even in Dota, it has a place. I would love to see more stickers. I would love to see the ability to generate stickers if you're a pro player and just, introduce them inside of the game itself. And I think there's a lot of avenues where there's available ways to potentially monetize, right, using that, but it just depends on the guys upstairs. Depends on Valve to be able to commit to through those things, right? And I mean, it's their game. We are just conduits. We are just enjoyers of said game. Don't know how
a mean riff.
Rattle 'em, yeah.
I have my Do Not Disturb turned on, but I'm still receiving the Steam messages, which is interesting. Just one of my friends talking about the Pakistan versus India game that took place a while ago, but So this is not window. This is supposed to be. Oh, I'm not capturing the. I'm capturing the window, which is why it's appearing like that. All right, now I understand. It's too big to change. It's too late to change it. So, I mean, changing it would be a hassle for me. So I'm not gonna change it. I am invisible and not receiving notifications, supposedly, but they're still going through. But hopefully the game will itself resume.
That wasn't too
There we go.
late.
The go when ready call has come out by Stoic.
That wasn't too bright.
Chipikao.
Seconds to battle.
He's a very tanky target to be able to take down, but they will use the dead shot on him. Jeezy, he is there with the leg back. As Mikey has a Dragon Slave to be able to secure that last hit with, and they will give it to Mikey. Cute also in trouble. Battery Assault coming in, not normally skilled up this early on, but they will have it, and that will enable them to get a double kill. Or rather 2 kills, 1 for Emptiness 2. So he has a head start on that off lane. Mikey has a head start on that mid lane. What more could you possibly ask for, as they also pick up 2 bounty runes?
Are we the idiots? Are we the idiots?
Oh, that's a mean riff. Oh, that's a mean riff.
Stoic.
Dire's courier has been
Will take out the courier. Chipikao. Cute. Also, again, Battery Assault is slowing him down, but he has the flare. However, the dead shot brings him back in, and Lenny should be able to secure the kill here. No dead shot available, but they have the last hits coming in. 3 kills now across the board, and it does seem like it's going to be a very difficult lane for the Keeper of the Light to play in. Maybe not so much for the Tidehunter, because he can just continue to farm up, but it is slightly rough. The Tidehunter is slightly small. Does he grow? He doesn't grow, right? The facet is not there, but why is he so small? Maybe he does grow, still grow, when he has the levels coming up. We'll see. I don't recall him being that small. Mikey. On the mid lane. Pangolier does have plenty CS available. So it seems like Mikey will not be able to shut down Demonic, but I don't think there's such a thing as shutting down a Pangolier. I feel like Pangolier is one of those heroes that always does well. I will increase the volume from my mic just a very, tiny bit. As bot lane, Chipikao does take insignificant damage. Let's take a look at towards that top lane and see what's happening there, because it is theoretically a lane without any stuns, any consistent stuns, right? The mini stuns from GC are there, but there's no way to hold down anyone inside of that Frog Stomp. So we'll see what becomes of this. As Akamu, he'll walk inside of that frog storm. He's taking too much damage though. Emptiness may be able to find the kill, but the tombstone is going to disable them from any intent like that. Emptiness will barely be able to walk away. He had the fairy fire and the magic wand, so I suppose he could have always popped that. But still, that tombstone choosing not to play inside of it. And KO'd has 15-1 charges. Another frog storm into the leg. KO'd, maybe forced to pop that wand. But no, he just tangos up instead. He has 2 fairy fires, a lotus, a magic wand. He has, well, 400 HP now. He just popped the wand. So I suppose it's not that bad. 11 CS though for Emptiness. This is why I was thinking maybe not the Batrider. Oh, are they gonna make a play there? KO'd has taken in significant damage but has the fairy fire as well as the lotus, and one raise will be enough to turn it around on the Batrider instead. And again, low amount of CS, no kill potential. In fact, the kill potential is going the other way, right? So you're quite literally losing the lane horribly, despite the head start that you did get with that second blood. So I do wonder where the recovery is going to come from. Maybe by ganking some other lane, maybe just by just farming away, because you do still have the Firefly, right? Use the Firefly to farm the jungle, build up some stacks.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Because at the end of the day, Luna, or rather the Mortha, will be able to output some serious damage. Oh, they want to make a play on KO'd. Frogstorm comes in, the lick back as well. Battery Assault is going to be there, and KO'd has nowhere to go. The Shadow Fiend should just end up falling here, despite the Fairy Fire. He is losing his life slowly but surely, and he does end up going down. But Emptiness died as well as Jeezy. Stoic will be able to teleport out, and I suppose the question then becomes, is that worth it? Because you also gave a kill away to Demonig, who did come in to secure that kill on Jeezy. So it's a 1 for 2. I suppose a necessary exchange in a way. I don't actually agree with that assessment, but maybe. Jeezy loves to play on the mid lane as Largo. They both do. I mean, it's a power rune that you're really looking for. Mikey will be able to grab that one up. It is a regeneration rune. Pretty good for Alina.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Regeneration.
Oh, Demonig will be able to walk away, despite the Laguna Blade being counted down on him. Doesn't give a barrier anymore, right? Yeah. Demonig has some assistance coming in, Akamu, but they're more interested in this tier 1 tower, using the catapult as well as the fiery soul stacks. They aren't going to be able to take it down, but it's significant damage dealt on that tower in the first place, and they had to use the tombstone to keep Mikey away. I mean, how long can you keep this tower going? I had a feeling that maybe just not using the tombstone would have been the better play. Just let the tower go, because at 100 HP, it's really not that worth it to defend with 3 of your heroes. But I suppose stubbornness can be hard to let go of when it comes to your objectives in Dota. KO'd. Again, in a bit of trouble, but nothing he can't handle.
Let it burn. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Oh, Akamu. He stays alive. One more Dragon Slave would have done the trick, but his Demonic won't be able to land that swashbuckle, but Mikey has taken in significant damage. And Emptiness, he's able to take down KO'd over on that top lane. A pretty good exchange. And Mikey, he will take apart Demonic's shield, but needs to be a bit careful himself. Stoic will stay alive thanks to the dead shot coming in by Lenny. And because the Pangolier has fallen, because there's no Shadow Fiend either for about 5 seconds, this should be a tier 1 tower. Mikey doesn't really care about the Illuminate, he just wants this tower down. And we'll be able to find it. In fact, they may be able to take down Cute as well. One hit coming in from Mikey is enough.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And a dead shot kill? I mean, that's a direct kill going in the pockets of Lenny. 7-3 now, a 2,000 net worth advantage. And now that they've taken down the mid lane tier 1, they can set their eyes upon that top lane tier 1. What's really stopping them? You know, unless you bring in the Tidehunter. But he's busy. Could go for the Vlads. But I think he's going for the phase boots, yeah. And then the consecrated wraps. Just be that beefy, tanky boy that you need him to be as that front line. And I really do wonder what happens when Jippy Cow does get all of this. And that question is for Syntax. Like, do they have enough damage to take out the Tidehunter? I'm not so sure. He's not a lasso target. And if he isn't a lasso target, he's free to ravage you when you do go in with a lasso. So that means Emptiness, if you want to make a play with a lasso, you need a BKB.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
KO'd. He is visible. He cannot use his Requiem, not against the lasso, and he is guaranteed to actually die here. In fact, without having used much. They still have the lasso. They can take Akamu down without having committed it either. And Chippy Cow, he teleported in without any HP or mana. He has the Ravage that he can use as Mikey takes out Cute. Lenny comes in with the Mask of Madness, and Chippy Cow also dies. Talk about lackluster. May just even be a lack of a lackluster. That may have just been a luster. You know, they just lustered in. Making up words is not a good habit, guys, but doing that, what we just saw, is not a good habit either.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen. Radiant are scanning. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire are scanning. Radiant structures are fortified.
Stoic in trouble inside of his own gods. Oh, but he manages to hookshot away and dodges the swashbuckle by an inch of his life. Can Jeezy do the same is the big question. I really do not think so. Jeezy has 4 heroes behind him. Trying to sing his way out of this one is not going to be possible. So what was supposed to be 2 kills only turns out to be the 1. But you do lose your tier 1 tower. Slowly, they do bring themselves back. At least a little bit.
Dire's top tower.
As the top lane tower is not going to take in much pressure. But it is, you know, playing 2 lanes compared to only giving up 1 is 2 out of 3. It is, at the end of the day, you are receiving more net worth than you're giving away. Akamu. Oh, the hookshot misses. Requiem will be sent out, and that means this little play may not be so easy. Mikey is gonna force off himself forward with the Hurricane Pike, is able to take out that Tombstone, and now the lasso comes in. It drags the Pangolier out of the fight completely as he rolls back in. But again, I don't think there's gonna be any casualty in this fight overall. Mikey unable to take down Akamu. But Demon Egg is unfortunately isolated away from the rest of his team, and he will be the one to go down, while the Murtha continues to farm. And that 14-minute Shrine of Wisdom, it is in the hands of Mikey. In fact, Cute, he is in the hands of Mikey. Everyone seems to be in the hands of this Lina. They're still teleporting their heroes in. Chippy Cow, he has no more mana, but has that Soul Ring, so you have to be careful of that Ravage. Mikey, he is in position to get hit by it. Chippy Cow comes in. Where, though, is the Ravage? He sends it out. Coyote will have those raises. Might be able to take out the Lina, but the damage has set in. Coyote will be the casualty in response. Even though he does pick up Mikey's mega kill spree. That is good. It's not enough. Right? You lost 3 heroes for that. You lost 3 heroes, and you lost your Shrine of Wisdom. All the while, Lenny was just farming away. And I do apologize, I didn't turn in the net worth. I think I just messed up the buttons there. But 9,000 net worth up for Lenny at the 15-minute mark. He is 3,000, 2,500 to be exact, but 2,500 net worth ahead of the Shadow Fiend. Lina Mikey is 2,000 net worth ahead of the Pangolier. And you need some way to find your recovery. Your Tide Hunter may be doing well for himself. Will have an Aghanim Scepter. That Gush is going to do plenty work, especially with the AoE slow, coupled up with the Solar Bind, and the Shadow Fiend's armor reduction as well with the hits. That is a fantastic item to get, but it is, how far behind are you going to be when you do get to those things? And how much mitigation will the other side have for your Aghanim Scepter? KO'd. Oh man, look at the damage. It's just simply too much. And even over on that top lane, Chippy Cow, he ends up going down. Lenny dishing out the damage against Demon Egg. Still not enough to take him out. But you do find 3 entire kills, and you only lost Stoic. In fact, Emptiness is gonna come in to potentially try and take out Demon Egg, who's gonna be licked back away from his base. Demon Egg trying to make his way out will not be possible. You just need a few more hits. Mikey, his last hit is gonna miss. Demon Egg able to stay alive thanks to sheer darn luck. And it does feel like, unless luck turns in their favor, they're gonna be run over by Syntax. As there is a pause.
Bleep bloop. I am a robot. Yeah, just kidding.
No more games.
Whoa!
Oh, that's a mean riff. Oh, that's a mean riff.
Unlucky. The go when ready call has been sounded out.
Mama.
Radiant are scanning.
Stoic. I mean, they find KO'd. He is literally boxed in a triangle. In a triangle box. It just doesn't feel like the kind of Shadow Fiend game that will result in anything. He's trying to go for the Yasha and Kaya, but 17 minutes in, he still needs his recipe for that final component. And until then, he's a sitting duck. I mean, I would actually argue until he has his BKB, he's a sitting duck. Much like Cute, much like everyone who gets caught in that Light Strike array. But Mikey could be in trouble. The Ravage, it does get sent out. Mikey is isolated and is guaranteed to die. A great return kill at the back of a buyback coming in by Cute. And Stoic is also caught. However, the backup arrives as Lenny will activate his whale, goes to work, and even Chippy Cow does not have the sustain to hold on to dear life. KO'd is coming in, but can't actually find his entry. And this is the problem with having no control. Guys, I don't know how else to say it. I don't know how many times to say it. Outside of your Ravage, once you use that, you're done. Like, there isn't anything else you can do in that scenario. Like, how does the Shadow Fiend go in when you don't have a Ravage? Right? That's the big question. Like, what does he do? Stoic? I don't know if they want to actually get the skill. Right? They don't. Okay, there's a Bat Rider grabbing up Cute over on the backline, bringing him inside of that triangle. Wants to take out the Keeper of the Light. That will be a dieback for him. And he does manage to find it. Chippy Cow, alongside that Pangolier's Rolling Thunder, maybe enough to take out Stoic as the casualty in response. But Akamu, I mean, a few hits from the Lina will be able to get it done. Light Strike Array also landing on the Shadow Fiend. Frog Storm, you can't do anything. KO'd will go down. Emptiness does fall in response as Chippy Cow may be able to take out the Lina, as the Hurricane Pike wasn't able to bring her down to the low ground. She is spotted out, and with the Swashbuckle, it is enough to take her out. But Lenny, every single time he shows up, it is time to run, as Demon Egg will be able to crash himself out of range. But finding the streak on Emptiness, Chippy Cow, he is quite farmed up, has the Aghanim Scepter flying in, so now you have that AoE gush.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
I don't know if they spotted out the... That's not their ward. They don't have one. But, I mean, he'll walk into a creep wave sooner or later. Oh, Lenny? He sees Chippy Cow. He just walked right into that one. Dead shot does miss though, so Lenny won't be able to pick up the kill. In fact, Chippy Cow, he's thinking about going back in. Hook shot though, it will cement his place inside of this team fight. Cement his grave, at least. As Emptiness, he has a lasso. Will just hold the Rolling Thunder in place for Lenny. However, he's able to go away. He's able to teleport out. So at least he will survive. But I'm surprised that Chippy Cow, he decided to just wander in like that. Cute, he falls. Meanwhile, Akamu and KO'd are looking for a play on Lenny. It is impossible. I can tell. Do not try it, guys. There we go. They go back.
Dire's bottom
I mean, trying a kill on a Morta is, I mean, unless you get the perfect entry, right? But you need a stunner. You need control for that, guys. You need some way to stop him from activating his whale. Because just the Requiem may not be enough. It could be if you find, you know, yourself on top of the Morta instantly. But he didn't have the Blink Dagger then. He has it now, so you could technically attempt that, but the Morta's long gone. Emptiness. With the pumpkin hands. They walk inside of the Roche pit. And they find themselves an easy Roshan, an easy Aegis. Cute gets grabbed up. I do wonder why the tombstone wasn't deployed there to save him.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
Okay. Hookshot almost landed. But it is, you know, guys, when we... Let's talk about reality. And the reality is that there's a 15,000 lead at the 23-minute mark. The reality is that there is a 92% win probability in favor of Syntax. And the reality is that Balu team's draft does not favor reality. The way that they started their draft with the exact same picks, just in a different order. I get the Shadow Fiend right, don't get me wrong. Shadow Fiend, great. Pangolier, pretty good. But, an Undying and a Keeper of the Light as supports, not that great. You know, it's just nothing they've been offering. Ooh, Rocket Flare, very lucky kid. Oh, the pings are coming out. Maybe they got a whiff off him, and they'll be able to take him out. Maybe the Rocket Flare projectile got a whiff of him, but not too sure about that. I have to take a look after the game, I suppose. It was multiple pings, though.
Money to burn. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Lost tier 2 tower left standing. Syntax should be able to clear this one up. Cute. Might actually go down. Okay, yeah, he does. Dead shot comes in from the side. Mikey is able to find Akamu. Might have the ceaseless. No, he doesn't. His dirge has ceased. But he does have a buyback, so there's one way to come back in. And a Requiem as well as a Ravage on the Batrider. Emptiness has gone down, but the Whale has been activated, and you have the Aegis. He'll just pike himself towards that low ground, and you've blown up a 100-second combo to take out one simple Batrider. I suppose it could be worth it. I don't actually know. I don't actually think so. Because you use two of your only ways to take a fight. You better make sure you take down multiple heroes. Now, it is successful in terms of pushing Syntax back away from your high ground. That's definitely something that happened. But the question is, are they really going to go back? Because that 100-second combo was used to take down a Batrider that's going to respawn in about 10 seconds and just teleport towards your output, towards the outpost. Hookshot misses. Emptiness is back in. Jetpack Stoic catches everyone out. Demon Egg died before he had a chance to start rolling up. Cute will also be falling down. And Balu team, 26 minutes in, are completely feeling overwhelmed. Akamu, he's dead. I mean, and he bought back. That's a dieback for the Undying. I don't see a way where you can stop these barracks from falling down. I don't see a way where you can push back at Syntax. Coyote isn't even in the base. He will have his Requiem up now, but he's trying to farm up for his BKB. That could be one way that you take a fight, but the question is, what are you going to have left to fight for? Right? Is it just your throne? It is Defense of the Ancients, so I will give them that, maybe so, but
Dire's middle barracks has fallen.
they're still not done because they're eyeing down Demon Egg, or maybe Stoic. Oh no, it's Demon Egg, definitely. Stoic, he hogs up the Bangalore. Calling Silence is also dropped down. Emptiness doesn't have the lasso. Demon Egg taking in quite a bit of damage. Requiem completely whiffed from KO as the BKB was already activated by Lenny. And then there's another question. You know, there was one before where what happens when you use both your Ravage and your Requiem to take down one single hero, but what happens when you use your Requiem and nothing happens? Like, what do you do then? Do you just go back to farm? Like, what is, oh man, this is not a good look. Cute, he's just dead. They are just food. You know, Tidehunter's favorite food might be fish, but Syntax's favorite food turns out to be Balu team. Lenny doesn't have the Aegis any longer, but does that matter? You still do have to go for a fight, as Chipigal will go in for that Ravage. Mikey activates his BKB, and Lenny, he's completely safe. They aren't able to touch him. In fact, KO wasn't even there when they made that initiation. He's gonna join his team now, but the damage has already been done. You don't have your frontliner. You don't have your Rolling Thunder. Akamu has also fallen. Demon Egg held back, trying to be shoved away from the entire map in general, as he will just simply call GG. They will decide to leave this server as it simply isn't for them against Syntax, who have simply looked dominating in both of these games in this series. Well, that was it for today, guys. We did have only two best of threes, but you know, as much as I like to give advice, which is not going to be heard by these teams unless they go back and watch this match with the cost, I would, you know, Keeper of the Light plus Undying as a combo for both of them being the support. Where is your stun? Where is your control? Especially when you have a carry that doesn't have a stun. When you have a mid laner whose only stun is being able to use their Zoring Thunder and go in, right? It doesn't feel like you're going to be able to stack up in those team fights. And I'm not saying that's the only thing that went wrong. Syntax quite clearly played the better game as far as their mid lane was concerned and their safe lane was concerned. And sure, even in this game, as Emptiness found himself completely shoved out of his own lane over on the off lane, he still found his recovery because the Shadow Fiend was just a vulnerable point. You have a Keeper of the Light and an Undying who can't help your Shadow Fiend if they dive in. There's no reversal potential. You know, you drop a Tombstone down and maybe they go back. But what happens if they decide a Tombstone is not worth it and they still go for the kill, right? You still lose your SF. A lot of questions in my mind, but, you know, celebration is in order, as Syntax have not only won this series, but they also won the series before this against Summer Bears. However, that is it for EPL today, but we will be back with the European Pro League Season 39 tomorrow. Make sure to tune in on then, and I will see all of you later.